السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting now.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم في اليوم الثاني والأخير من ملتقى الدرعية الدولي 2024
Diriyah Global Seminar 24 under the timeless knowledge address to discovering, in fact, the heritage of our area. And Diriyah, we see here the importance of the middle zone of Saudi Arabia, and we see the educational visions that talks about how things were happening in commerce and culture.
And gentlemen, honored guests, good morning. We welcome you to the second and final day of the Diriyah Global Seminar 2024. As we continue our journey of exploration under the theme Timeless Knowledge, we now turn our focus to a fascinating dimension of interconnectedness, the enduring historical and contemporary relationship between China and Arabia. This pivotal dialogue highlights the intricate ties that have shaped cultural, economic, and intellectual exchanges between these two great regions throughout history and into the present day. It is my pleasure to introduce our next panel, titled China and Arabia, the Historical Perspectives, Present Realities. This session will delve into China's historical role into the Arabian Peninsula and explore its evolving connections with the region today. To guide us through this insightful discussion, we are honored to have Professor Tim Niblock as our moderator. He is Chair Professor at the Institute of International and Area Studies at Tsinghua University. Please join me in welcoming Professor Tim Niblock to the stage.
شكرا دكتورة جيهان. صباح الخير يا جماعة. مرحبا في هذه الجلسة. So let me first mention the languages in which we are going to proceed today. All of the people on the stage are able to speak both English and Arabic, and of course also Chinese. The first two speakers after me will be giving their papers in English. Dr. Haytham, who comes after that, will speak in Arabic. The questions can be in either English or Arabic or Chinese. Chinese maybe the translators might find difficult, so you can forget about that. So that's as far as the languages are concerned. So just a bit of background, a concentrated background to the people on our panel. Three of us, myself and the two Chinese speakers, have all worked together very closely in the Institute for International and Area Studies at Tsinghua University in Beijing. We are speaking, if you like, from a collective kind of viewpoint. I should mention, to put this in context, and for anyone who wants to know a bit more background, that area studies in China at the moment is a tremendous growth point. The study of the global south as a whole in its various regions. In March of 2022, area studies was made a first-level discipline in China. And that means that it puts it in the same kind of category academically as physics or economics or anything else, and is therefore dealt with and financed in the same kind of way. I think I'm right in saying that there's no other country in the world which gives this kind of precedence to area studies as does China. And as a result of that, area studies centers of one kind or another, whether focused on a particular region or on the global south as a whole, have been developing very quickly. They've been mushrooming across Chinese universities. Our institute in Tsinghua has been taking this line since before that policy came in, developing basically from 2012 and then being formally established as an institute in 2017. So we feel, anyway, that we are at the heart of this development as it goes forward. Now, the members of the panel, my colleague, Dr. Tingyi Wang, who will be speaking first. He is now a research fellow in the Emirates Diplomatic Academy. Yuan Zhang, who comes next, she is currently doing her PhD at the University of Exeter in England. But they remain linked in to our institute in Beijing. And we are very pleased to be joined on this occasion by a Saudi citizen, Dr. Hisham Sayed, who is one of the very few Saudis who has undertaken the whole of his undergraduate education in a Chinese university through the Chinese language, and also his MA. And from next year, he will be doing his PhD at Beida at Peking University. And we welcome very much having him with us. So I hope you'll agree that this is an excellent grouping that we have here today. So the way in which I'm organizing this panel is that each of our speakers will have 10 minutes to present. And I'll try to ensure that our speakers keep to that 10 minutes, if they don't mind, because I do want that to lead on to a discussion among us first, in which I will raise some topics and ask them to respond to them. And then after that, I'd like to leave 5 or perhaps 10 minutes, if it's possible, for any questions and comments coming from you on the floor. So that is the plan. So with that, I will pass over to our first speaker, Dr. Tingyi Wang. Tingyi. Okay.
It is such a great pleasure. I always see that get back to Saudi Arabia. I was in Saudi Arabia since 2015, almost 10 years ago, affiliated with King Faisal Center. At that time, with assistance from my mentor, Professor Tim Niblock, I was the very few Chinese scholar based at Saudi Arabia. I even visited Saudi Arabia during the pandemic time. I'm based at Qatar. Now I'm based at UAE, but I visit Saudi Arabia, Diriyah, in May this year. And every year I go back to Saudi Arabia, to Riyadh, I'll visit Diriyah. I saw the changes of this part of the city, and I saw the changes of the kingdom in the past 10 years. It is amazing. It's my great pleasure today to talk about a brief history between China and Saudi Arabia. My mentor, Professor Tim Milvock, just gave me 10 minutes. Actually, this lecture I could talk for weeks because it's so difficult to introduce such a tremendous and important bilateral relations for almost 2,000 years in 10 minutes. But I will try. I have one question in my mind. Actually, it's also the topic of this lecture today. How distant strangers become close friends? And between each other, the governments will call themselves comprehensive strategic partnerships and largest trading partners. But how? How did it come out? I will not try to introduce all the slides of my presentation because out of the time. I will show you some pictures and something of that. Take myself as example. My lifetime in Saudi Arabia, in Arab Peninsula, for 10 years, it's just a small part of this 2,000 years history connection. As Prophet Muhammad once mentioned that, utlub ilm wala fi sin. And in China also, Confucius mentioned that isn't delightful to have friends coming from distant quarters. The two great persons in our history all mention the same things. And you can see that the map's connection between these two parts. The first found evidence between these two sides connected even traced back to 4th century. And before that, almost 2,000 years ago, as I mentioned, the Silk Road, especially the ancient Silk Road, is, yes, the starting point from China, but the most important figure in this is commercials, businessmen from the Middle East, especially from Arab Peninsula, this part. So you are actually the linkages between East and West could connect these cultures together. It is amazing. Now we think that is difficult. Imagine 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, how could it be like that? And this is the mosque in China, more than, I think, 1,000 years ago. A Chinese diplomat, Gan Ying, over 2,000 years ago, reached the Gulf region and tried to reach the Roman Empire. So it's all in the evidences in Chinese historical book. It's amazing. And since that visit, you sent the third Caliph, sent a delegation to China. Since that, there's 39 Arab ambassadors to China between 651 to 798. It's amazing, sometimes even more than us now. And this is a joint research between China and Saudi Arabia now. I think it's very, very important because they try to discover China's Song dynasty and Yuan dynasties, the connections, the Chinese wares in Al-Sariyan port. These joint discovered in the west part of Jeddah and the Red Sea. So you see the Chinese former ambassador, Li Huaxing, and also this joint team discovered this in 2018. This program is not finished. It's getting to the second project. And the third one generation descent of Prophet Muhammad was appointed the first governor of Yunnan province in Yuan dynasty. Trust me, we have lots of Arabs become governors, even generals in Chinese history. They're very famous. They not just promote bilateral relations, but they also promote Chinese history. And also Zheng He, very, very famous. He's also Muslim. He's also a descendant of this Said. So you can see that this long history, one by one, these key figures put these two parts together. Of course, we all forget one part, that if you just refer to China, also Taiwan part of China, that Taiwan was part of the King Faisal visited Taiwan at that time. So even during the Cold War, even during that time, Saudi Arabia still have very strong connection with the Chinese, not just in China, but also mainland China at that time. And of course, after that, this strategic relationship happened. People now all talk about business between China and Saudi Arabia, but remember, our relationship with PRC, with Beijing side, started before commercial part. That is the military part, even before the diplomatic recognition. This is amazing part to set a foundation for these two countries. And now this is developing very quickly, this commercial part of that. This is a view from American colleagues to do the support in Saudi Arabia, how you view these great powers, how they view these people, and China, no doubt, is the number one. And of course, now you have lots of cooperation, but also with lots of pressures. You also have some challenges, but I believe that both sides will move on, like what they did in the past 2,000 years. Okay, very brief introduction. That's my presentation. I control it within 10 minutes, hopefully. And I do want to listen to my colleagues to further my presentation. We will discuss others like after town diners and later like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ting Yi. This has got us off to a good start. Part of the idea of these presentations is it gives you a taste of our interest and our specialization. So I hope it's raising a lot of topics which you will want to go into. The next speaker, Yuan Zhang, is going to cover a large time span between the early centuries CE and the 1800s in terms of the maritime connections and the maritime chain relationship. Yuan. Very good.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here and to introduce myself and to give a very short speech today on the rich history and intersections between Arabian Peninsula and ancient China, the great two ancient civilizations before the time of the discovery of age, which means the rise of the Western or the European hegemony. I would say this history has been quite underrated because that happened before the coming of the European on the sea, the Portuguese. So it's been underrated and it's been very less recognized, but it's of great significance for our understandings of Arabian and China relations, considering the rising and prosperous relations between the two regions nowadays. So, although the Arabian Peninsula and China are like geographically distant from each other, like positioned at opposite ends at a large continent, history has brought us to a very deep connection between these two great civilizations, and that was before the 16th. So today I would focus on a period, almost a millennium, like 10 centuries, from the rise of Islam in the early 7th century to the 16th century of the Age of Discovery. The Arabian Peninsula, from which Islam was carried in both directions, is bound on the west by the Red Sea and on the east by the Gulf. As long as the center for the empire remained on the peninsula, both waterways were equally functional, with the Arabs, Egyptians, Persians newly unified under the common rule and ideology of Islam. The Gulf and the Red Sea ceased to be rival routes but became two arms of the same area. And before the unification of Persia with the Arab worlds under the Islam, Persian sailors had dominated the Gulf's long-distance trade with the East, including China and India. But Under a unified Islamic caliphate, Al-Umayyah, the Arabs became equally active participants. And also at the same time, China was unified under a prosperous dynasty. It was Tang Dynasty, as was introduced in detail by my colleague, Dr. Tingyi Wang, just now. So under the felicitous conditions of two prosperous and stable political climates, it was natural that trade have flourished between these areas. So 100 years after the establishment of Baghdad as the capital of the Islamic Empire, a remarkable document was written by Suleiman al-Merchant that detailed the extent to which Arab and Persian sailors exiting the Gulf had become at home in the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean, and even in the South China Sea. And direct sea voyages between the Gulf and Chinese coast prospered during the Song Dynasty, which was corresponding like 960 to 1279. Since two primary documents in Chinese give very clear evidence of regular visits to Chinese ports by ships from Western Asia, which is nowadays Arabian Peninsula, during those times. So we have an early 13th century document written by a person called Zhao Rushi, who was the Chinese official whose job was to grade and kind of like to supervise the foreign sailors to the treaty ports in south of China. So it's called Zhu Fan Zhi, and that also includes Arabs from Mesopotamia entering a Chinese treaty and doing various kinds of trades and exchanges. And the second one is based on the biography of the late 13th century. It's a Chinese agent from Arab Muslim descent, whose name is Pu Shougeng, who was in charge of foreign trades in Quanzhou, Zaitun, as is known in Arabic, in Fujian during the transition from Song to Yuan dynasty. It is worth noting that the Chinese Muslim, this guy was not an isolated case, because Muslim communities were very powerful in the Mongol Yuan dynasty, which can also trace in Marco Polo's travel, his description of the Muslim governor Ahmad in Hanbalik, and all descriptions of the major port cities in China include references to interior quarters that they occupied. And so it's worth noting that Yuan, also it was established by the Mongol under the nomadic tribes. It was the sea trade in that back then it was prosperous. It was like the highest time in the whole Chinese history, ancient Chinese history. And now the history has come to the Ming Dynasty, and that was like 1368 to 1644. And the economic policy back then produced contradictory effects on maritime trade, because the first emperor was an orphan of peasants' origins who felt suspicious of traders, bankers, and even the institution of money. So his administrative reforms were accompanied by an official discouragement of foreign trade and of the use of silver as money. It was not until the reign of the third emperor that a new experiment was tried in China's economic relations with the trading nations of the Indian Ocean, including the Arabian Peninsula. So it took the form of a hugely enormous series of seaborne expeditions between 1404 and 1433, organized by the influential Grand Zheng He, and he conducted in total 7 voyages. And it was believed that the fourth time reached Hormuz and Aden, which is the nowadays Arabian Peninsula. And the later expeditions claimed to have touched even at the East African ports. However, it came to cease these interactions because of the rise of the European powers, and also because of the domestic situations or the kind of turmoils in both China and the Arab Peninsula. Above all, we can see a historical view, particularly of the long histories between the rise of Islam and the emergence of Western hegemony in the world, reveals a vibrant and dynamic intersection between the Arabian Peninsula and China. So we are not strangers. We have a long history of being friends and being like partners. And with the advent of Western dominance, both Arab and Chinese civilizations face great challenges in keeping up with the pace. And nevertheless, history clearly demonstrates that the connections between these two great civilizations are deeply rooted and long-standing. So today, as China and Saudi Arabia in particular engage in renewed partnerships, they have great opportunities to build upon their shared history to shape a more interconnected and vibrant future. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yuan, for that wonderful coverage of history. There is one thing actually which I'd like to emphasize, because I want to come back to this later in the discussion, and that is the voyages of Zheng He to the Indian Ocean and right across to East Africa in the early 15th century. The ships which were part of that fleet were much larger and much better equipped and much more knowledgeable in terms of navigation than the European ships which were to come into the area a century later. The biggest ships in Zheng He's fleet were between 3 and 4 times longer than those of Vasco da Gama when he rounded the Cape and came into the Indian Ocean. They were about 3 times as tall, and they carried about 5 times as many men. And so this presence of this fleet in the Indian Ocean was tremendously important at that time. And it looked as if China was well placed to become the dominant power, if you like, in the whole Indian Ocean until the change of direction from within the Ming Empire. So with that, if we can now go on to Dr. Haitham.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. هناك مقولة قديمة.
There is an old saying that says all the roads leads to Rome. Now all the roads are the thing to Riyadh, especially with the decisions, political decisions, economic decisions. It meets here. We are in the Diriyah of future, present, and later on. I'm very honored in this forum. I would like to thank very much everybody, especially the organizers, for this generous invitation. My speech is going to be under the title of the Saudi-Chinese relationship and the role of the think tanks in its dependency and credibility. And the first thing, I'm going to talk about the Saudi-Chinese relation at this time and the most important turning points. And the second part, I'm going to talk about the role of the think tanks and the educational and knowledge centers, so that there will be good relation between them. The relationships between the diplomatic relationship started in the year 1990, and this relationship was going slowly, in fact. But these steps have moved, had a lot of improvement in the year 2006. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia started going to the east, and this policy of the east, since they were developing economies that is trying to develop in the east and south of that area, like China. This policy has deepened actually the links, the historical links, and it founded a very strong basis for very strong relations And this was the first step actually to improve the relationship between the two countries. In the last years, in the Middle East, there were a lot of changes in the political situation. A lot of people started, a lot of countries started having good relations with China and trying to make a lot of balances between the China, the Chinese and the Americans, which means that the countries of this region started to actually taking the compass where it goes, and it shows that relationship with China is very important. So, for example, when His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, there was the vision of 2030. To actually diversify the economy and also to open new ways to have a very strong economy to improve the income of the country and the national income of the country. So at the same time trying to have the best relations with different countries. Besides that, the relationship between China and Saudi Arabia has started to become a strategic relationship during the visit the President Xi Jinping in the year of 2016. Both sides have declared that they are very happy to improve the relationship in the future. So the next year, the custodian of the holy mosques have visited China in the next year. So this way, or this strategy in having this good relationship, it wasn't the only thing done by the kingdom, but a lot of countries have done the same. So this was seen in the whole scene here. So a lot of countries started participating in different initiatives like the Belt and the Road. Some countries from this area has been invited to be in a summit that has participated in China, Brazil, and other countries. And since there was an agreement also between Saudi Arabia and Iran with intervention of Iran, in fact. So also on the political side, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman has visited China in 2017. It was a turning point, in fact. So during this visit, it was declared that the Chinese will be an important language in the kingdom, and also the Saudi Arabia was in the book exhibition in China, and the kingdom will also be participating in the next one. The year in 2025 will be the year of more actually strong relations. So we can say that the Chinese-Saudi relationship is very well seen as something very important by the leaders in the two countries. And so there were a lot of agreements and accords between the two countries. So Saudi Arabia has started to become a partner with the Chinese, and the Chinese were becoming also a big partner with the commercial partner. And since establishing the center of the knowledge system, so this center was very important to deepen the relationship between China and Saudi Arabia. And because of the old history, in fact, and the good relations between China, so His Excellency Professor Mahmoud bin Junaid the head of the center has a very good relationship with a lot of Chinese leaders. So also the center, since the first day, to attract Saudi efficiencies, if you will, and so that they will help improving the relationship between the two countries. The most important thing here is to communicate with the Chinese directly and without any kind of middleman, if you will. So the most important thing, there was a Saudi-Chinese project, and that is to translate 20 books from each country to the other country. From China, from Saudi to China, from China to Saudi Arabia. So there was this interpretation, translation of these books. And about seminars and forums, the center has done a lot of activities and received a lot of people from different think tanks from China. And also, besides that, the center is considered as one of the best ones, since those people who are working there, the researchers, used to go into China and visit there and participate in different events in China. And since the center is trying to invest in the human beings, in fact, the resources, they sent a lot of or a group of Saudis to learn the English, the Chinese. Mr. Abdul Wadi and myself, we got the excellent reward was given to us by the Chinese embassy, because the memory of the 30 years of relationship between China and Saudi. And Dr. Amin Sido has also gotten the reward of Qingming. He was given also a reward because of his book about the relationship between them. So there's a big role, in fact, between the two countries, so that to improve all the relationship, education, the didactical ones. And through these forums between China and Saudi Arabia, it will be the best blocks of to deepen a relationship between the two great nations, so that it will become more credible and seen on ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Haytham. We're lucky to have you with us. Now we go on to a stage which I think probably our speakers are rather dreading. That is when I put to them a question which is unexpected and ask them to respond to it immediately. And the question which I'm going to put to them is about the linkages between the past and the present and indeed the future. Now, after Zhang Yuanzhang had spoken, I brought out a bit myself about the importance of the voyages made by Zheng He in the early 15th century. And I think that stage in history is tremendously interesting. A stage in which China and the Chinese Empire reaches out into the Western Pacific, the eastern part of the Indian Ocean, the western part of the Indian Ocean, the Gulf area, down into East Africa, maybe as far as Madagascar, according to some reports. And the way in which the fleet was organized by Zheng He was very much based on collaboration with local peoples, local rulers, local tribes. One should not idealize this too much, because in fact in Indonesia there was quite a lot of violence used. But as a whole, and especially the further west one goes, it was a collaborative relationship which Zheng He was established, a collaborative trading relationship and also a human relationship. You could say it was a win-win relationship. And that brings us on to the present in terms of the Belt and Road scheme now, the maritime Belt and Road in particular, built up around the idea of win-win collaboration, where the two sides see what is to gain from the relationship and pursue that. So the question which arises from that, which I want to put to you, is do you think this similarity, if you like, is one which comes back to something which is inherent in Chinese culture, the tendency to collaborate? There's one of the very good books about Zheng He, by the way, is called Zheng He, The Art of Collaboration. It brings out very much. Or actually, if you look back to that time, of course, one could say that Zheng He was doing something rather similar to how European colonization began, that it began with a certain amount of collaboration and went on from there when need be to something which was forceful and imperial. So I'm sorry to spring this question on you. No, I'm not sorry, actually. I'm rather pleased because it would be interesting for me and hopefully for the audience to consider this question of the link between history and the present. So I'm going to do it in the same order again. If we can start with Ting Yi. By the way, if any of you just don't want to respond to it, you can do that as well. But okay, Ting Yi. You can do it sitting, yeah.
Thank you, Professor Tim Block. I do appreciate your link, the history, present, and future, which if we review the history between Arab Peninsula with the East and West, you find out that the golden time at the birth time of Islam, and then it has some connection with China at that time, Tang Dynasty. It's the most promising empire in Chinese history. So this overlaps, this connection. And then again, you mentioned the Zheng He time, the Ming Dynasty. The Chinese fled from Quanzhou, from east coast of China, to the Gulf region, to Europe, to Africa. This amazing golden time happened again and again. And we see that now it's another golden time between these East and the Gulf countries. If you look at how many Chinese businessmen, companies, and you cannot imagine how popular now Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf countries now in China. You see the propaganda, you see the commercial, TVs, and the people talk about this. They think you are a golden kingdom. This is in China. So some misunderstanding here, but this is the reality. But you also mentioned about future. What about future? I fully agree that the kingdom now launched the Chinese language programs. It's an amazing and ambitious program. This pave a way for the future. I'm so glad that we have many children here today. And in the past 10 years, I'm working on Gulf region. I study here, I learn a lot of here, I have friends here. And I see this rising, but the future is in the hands of them. So these children, they are important, not just language, but culture, economics, politics, all these things. Why not? You can try to learn more about your close friend in one way. And you mentioned these similarities or, Chinese intention in this region. Yes, there's lots of misunderstanding. I see that. There's a misunderstanding of Saudi Arabia, there's a misunderstanding of China. I still remember once Prince Turki at Faisal gave a talk at Tsinghua University, my institute. He said that China and Saudi Arabia are always misunderstood. So this is our responsibility to clarify this thing. But exactly as you mentioned that, when Zheng He at the 15th century, He led a fleet, lots of aircraft carriers, bigger than any other country. They didn't take a piece of land from here. They didn't take a slave of here. So this is what happened in history. And look at the situation now. I know that there's people talk about Islamophobia. They also talk about Chinaphobia. That China's ambitions, China want to take it. But look at the world map now. The conflict in Ukraine, the conflict in Gaza, but there's no conflict in East Asia. Why? People all talk about the potential conflict in this region, but no. China has a long time harmony ideology, which exactly peace in Islam. So I think that sometimes, because I have spent quite a long time here, so I sometimes find a similarity between these two great civilizations. And people are very kind. Sometimes we're so traditional because we take the history on our shoulders. But it's also a treasure. I think in this way that I think different civilizations, different cultures could coexist. And as a Chinese scholar, I sincerely hope that, at least from China's side, we will maintain this. We will be a constructive and peaceful forward in this world. So this is my personal understanding. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much. So that comes down on the side of China's approach being something which is distinctive and which in a way links together the historical period and the present. Yuan, how about you?
Yeah, I'll just say something very briefly about the Chinese culture or tradition on the emphasis of peace. So we have a saying goes like in Chinese, it's called 以和为贵, translated as the peace is the most precious. But I also want to emphasize that this is more like a choice of the community. It's not like we are born to be like someone who never fights or who have never have struggles or the turmoils inside. But I think it's more like a choice of the nation and a choice of the people. And also Chinese economy has, in history, has long been based in an agrarian economy. So that means they, compared to migration, compared to like the word conquer, they prefer to settle in where they have been living generations. I guess that's another reason why the Chinese, at least in history, tended to be cooperative, even if they were engaged in sea voyages to a long distance. Yeah, that's my understanding. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much, Yuan. So that goes along the same line. Dr. Haytham, would you like to say something? You don't need to. مش ضروري لكن إذا أنت عاوز تعمل تعليق.
بالنسبة لي أن من أهم العصور الذهبية في طريق الحرير القديم هو عهد أسرة مينغ لوجود استقرار سياسي في منطقة وسط آسيا. فطريق الحرير بني من أجل الاستقرار السياسي. في الوقت الحاضر نرى هناك توافق كبير بين المملكة العربية السعودية وجمهورية الصين الشعبية.
Agreeing between the two countries, Saudi Arabia and China, because everyone is looking for us, is looking for the political stability. So Saudi Arabia wants to have stability in here and in other countries around us, because through the green Saudi and the green Middle East. This is so, and also the same as also the projects of China, like the Belt and the Road of the Chinese, because it looks for actually the political stability. So that's why they found the Chinese found Saudi Arabia a very good partner actually to build stability in the region.
I think probably what you've heard from us this morning is a bit different from some of the perceptions which come from other sources, should we say. We have, well, 6 minutes left for questions. From where I'm sitting, the lights are so bright, I wouldn't actually be able to see anyone, so I'll have to rely on our kind helpers to take a microphone to whoever might want to ask a question. There's a question down here. I can see this. Well, it's going up there first. Yeah, we're coming. We'll go to the back first.
شكرا على المحاضرة. دكتور أحمد يوسف أستاذ الآثار الإسلامية بجامعة
between China and the peninsula, and there's a lot of, or a big forum. There is, twinning between Chango, which is olives port, and Canton and other ports, and inside the peninsula, the relationship between the millennium Hijri between and Song and Ming. So this has been seen in different things, like ceramic Chinese ceramic, and then after that came porcelain, etc. And then also the ovens of building of ceramic in the Arabic region here. So the question here: who was actually building that? Who was the one making that? Because they were trying to imitate the Chinese and doing this ceramic. So there are a lot of proofs and a lot of evidence here that there were a lot of things that they were here.
شكرا لكم جميعا بروف تيم
Iwan and Haytham. I'm very pleased this morning, really, with this, all this dialogue, with this all information. So allow me in 2 minutes to talk about the other side perspective. I'm very interested in the relationship with the Arabic Peninsula in the Middle Ages. I wrote about the peninsula. In the book of Mahwan, who came as an interpreter with the sailor Chemkhe, and this great the sailor was a Muslim in China in the year for 1405. They disciplined him. The campaigns from China, it wasn't for colonizing the reason, but it was to spread to spread peace and good relation. There was a lot of gifts that has been exchanged between the Chinese and the different people at Oman, Dhofar, and other ports, and it carried the zinc or the treasure. It was 150 meters long, so much bigger than the Portuguese ships. At that time, the Chinese civilization was very shining and very strong. It was non-colonizing. It was try to communicate with other people. So it have left under. There were 7 campaigns by Chenghe. A lot of these campaigns have reached here in China. They got also presents like giraffes and some other gifts like animals, etc. So and also they took also from here other products like precious stones. So the relationship with China is very deeply rooted, and it is based on equality and mutual respect between the two parties. We are very pleased to have this kind of communication between us. Thank you.
So far, I think in a way the questions have complemented what we've been talking about, and maybe don't don't need a response, as it's yes. Can we have maybe one more, because we have got 45 seconds left.
الدكتورة هدى عبد الغفور أمين. أنا مهتمة بالهجرات بين وسط آسيا والجزيرة العربية. وأكد على
I'd like to emphasize really what you have said, that peace and coexisting, it was there since very long time in the history. About immigrations between the two countries, between China and the Arabian Peninsula, it was in the area of Al-Haramain, which is Mecca al-Medina, and they are actually very well mingled with the Saudi fabric, and through documents that we can see between that shows that there were letters that has been exchanged between those who lived in Saudi and people of China. This is my actually speciality. So this is what I do. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think now I can see that there are a number of more questions which are coming, but according to this notice in front of me, we've now got to the end of our time. What I want to say from our side is that this kind of interaction is very valuable for us. In our institute in Tsinghua, we are actually social scientists as a whole rather than historians. But part of the ethos of the institute is that one has to bind in culture and history into one's understanding of the present. Yes. And I think that is a very important part of what our institute is all about, and the approach which is taken by all of our students and our research staff. So although we're not historians, this dimension, the historical dimension, is crucial to us. So with that, I would like to thank very much all of our speakers, and to the participants here as well, the questions which have been asked, and to assure you that if you would like any further interaction with us, we're here and very happy to interact. Okay. Okay, we can get.
Bismillah. How distant strangers became close friends. What a beautiful question raised by Dr. Wang earlier. When two visionaries like Saudi Arabia and China come together, the result isn't just progress. It is economic and cultural transformation. That's the power of this strategic partnership between China and Saudi Arabia. I am very excited about our next panel as a researcher and academic myself. Our next panel will take us on an informative journey to learn about methodologies for studying ancient trade routes, networks that once connected civilizations and shaped the course of history. These routes not only facilitated commerce, but also served as conduits for cultural exchange and innovation. Hosted by the Archeum Research Center, University of Liverpool, the panel is titled Methodologies for Understanding Trade, Routes, Intersections, and Ports. Moderating this discussion is Professor Shomen, Director of the Archeum Research Center at the University of Liverpool. We are honored and delighted to have Professor Shomen on a stage with us for the second day, continuing to share his expertise and insightful perspectives with us. Please join me in welcoming Professor Shomen to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to this second day, and I am Shomen Bandyopadhyay. I am the Sir James Sterling Chair in Architecture, and also the Director of the Archeum Research Center at Liverpool University. I have great pleasure in inviting, to start with, two very accomplished researchers for this particular session. Can I invite Dr. Jamla Al-Mari from Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Jamla is an assistant professor of modern history and heritage and is currently the academic vice dean of the College of the Art at the Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University. She earned her bachelor's degree in history and the master's degree in the political and cultural history of Diriyah. Her doctoral research focused on public during the reign of King Abdulaziz Al Saud. She also holds a professional fellowship in the university, teaching and learning from Imam University and the University of Turku in Finland. Also, can I invite my colleague, Dr. Mary Shepperson from the University of Liverpool in the United Kingdom. Dr. Mary is an archaeologist specializing in architecture and urbanism in the Middle East and North Africa. She is also a member of the Archeum Research Center. She has conducted extensive excavations across the region, focusing on Iraq, where she has also been involved in heritage preservation. Since 2020, she has been serving as a lecturer at the University of Liverpool in the School of Architecture, where she is also involved with the heritage management program that the university runs. So, in having these two very accomplished speakers, my intention is to just set in a few words the kind of context within which we are talking, and then invite them, each speakers, to start with Dr. Jamla and then followed by Dr. Mary, to talk for about 20 minutes about an area that they will be focusing on. Dr. Jamla on Diriyah and the economic development of Diriyah, and Dr. Mary will be talking about Karachpashnu, which will, and I'll sort of point out why we think this relationship is very important. So, as we have found out over the last day or so with some really, really interesting discussions, that the trade routes have an ancient origin in Arabia, without a doubt, and yet their contemporary relevance cannot be ignored either, given that their geophysical, social, and cultural significance has remained quite important and paramount. Besides the movement of goods, which is obviously the main reason why the trade routes have been there and creating an economic infrastructure and economic system, they also have been fundamentally important in transferring social order, but also political systems. They are important in, as I was trying to show yesterday, in cultural transference. They were cultural conduits which brought ideas, thoughts, material, artifacts back and forth. They also directly or indirectly connected to a wider trade beyond Arabia. So from the very beginning, and as we found out from yesterday afternoon, that there was, in whichever way we define it, a global spectrum within which this existed. They connected OSs and yet also circumvented them because sometimes, for example, with large Hajj congregations, they had to actually reroute around and find areas which were much quieter for these kind of congregations to hold them, to have the space to work and operate. They created major regional hubs, but also rural interchange locations which were important due to the range of nomadic to semi-nomadic to settled existences that existed in Arabia, it's quite important to consider. Some of these have disappeared, long since disappeared, or have diminished in their role, but also some others have emerged or have become important, as we can see with the role of Diriyah in this case. They also certainly were subject to external geopolitical, geophysical, and economic factors that impacted on the way in which these trade routes operated and the artifacts were transferred and so on. So in thinking about this complex system, therefore, we need to think about it in an understanding of this complex nature of trade routes, and center of interaction will have to be considered in an interdisciplinary way, drawing on diverse disciplines and at least being cross-disciplinary in our understanding. So, as I was trying to show yesterday with the issues around the decorated mihrab in Oman with the Chinese porcelain bowl inserts, that we need to understand the history of Arabian Persian region. We also, and that operated over 1,000 years. We also need to understand archaeological evidences that we can draw on, not only just textual evidences as well, but also we need to understand Indian Ocean trade, for example, the world trade situation, the Chinese porcelain trade, its rise and fall and so on and so forth, but also the iconography that it was bringing in. The architectural developments of Arabia were very important, but at the same time, the theological and philosophical underpinnings of why certain things became acceptable, were received, and other things were rejected are equally important. So that shows a kind of, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to get at in terms of the interdisciplinary or at least the cross-disciplinary work that we need to undertake to understand over time the role of and the importance of trade routes. So in that context today, really, I have an economic historian, but also a historian of modern Arabia, Dr. Jambla, and an archaeologist who will talk about two different aspects. So if I could invite Dr. Jambla to talk first about Diriyah, its economic development, and its position today in the world. Dr. Jambla.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you.
أرحب بكم
I
حضورا.
welcome you all, my dear audience. I would like to thank everybody who are working on the development of the gate of Diriyah, and everybody on the international forum. And allow me to, also, I'm very glad I'm very glad to see Dr. Chamay with me, where Mr. Mani Shiversion was. I'm very glad to hear my paper is about Diriyah and the way to G20. So it talks about the beginning of Diriyah and three tracks. The first one, the importance of the strategic importance of Diriyah. The second one is pillars of economical situation. The third one, the economical development in Diriyah, and this shows how Diriyah was reason for to attract actually eyes to the kingdom. Diriyah has been established, which is the cradle of the Saudi century in the 15th century, when Mani al-Brani, who is the great grandfather in the year of 464 in Diriyah, from his town to the middle of it after he was invited to his cousin to live there in that area in the Wadi Hanifa. He made Qusayba a place for his reign, and he made Mulaybid a place for agriculture. He called it Diriyah. So its strength has started increasing, and started increasing in the size. So there were a lot of places were added to it, and for this Emirates, there were different descendants of Mr. Mana, until Muhammad bin Saud was the Amir there, or the prince, in the year 1724. And so he was able to build a very strong country that has included most of the lands of the Arabian Peninsula. It was built on building the country on religion, Sharia, and also the stability for the people. Diriyah has a very good location on the Wadi Hanifa, Valley of Hanifa, in the middle of the Arabic Peninsula. Also on the road of Hajj and commerce, Diriyah is connected to very important ports on the Red Sea and on the Arabic Gulf, which gave it a very good importance, since it gave it a very big importance for Saudi Arabia and the other parts of the world. There are a lot of valleys around this place, which actually forms defense natural lines, and its location has given the people of Diriyah a lot of strength to defend themselves. They built castles and towers to defend there. This gave this town a lot of good economy. Also, the land of Diriyah, it has a specific own terrain. There were. So the area there is formed from clay and different kinds of types of land. So the Diriyah, even though it was having a very scarce resources of water, there were a lot of there was the rain was it was easy to be actually stored in its land because of the nature of the land, and also among the economic reasons, the most important thing here is agriculture. The Diriyah used to grow fruits and vegetables, palm trees, etc. And they have a lot of ranches, if you will, or farms. There also another thing that is the Diriyah was rich of different animals. She's speaking too fast. Could you please ask her to slow down? They also have grown up a lot of camels, horses, etc. As because having these is a very honorable thing that people will be proud of. This is besides that, Diriyah has depended on different different kinds of industries, like making swords, diggers, etc., which made it something very precious that will be given as gift to people. So the society of Diriyah have also built different kinds of pots, coffee also pots, and also different kinds of fabrics, and gold, silver, pens and inks, etc. So the society of Diriyah has a lot of hand professional and everything. In everything, there was a lot of professions there, according to the strength, the economic strength of that people. This has caused a big revenue to be gained from that, like tailoring, also copper works, etc. So and a lot of types of fabrics that people wear. Also, Diriyah was very rich with builders who are building mosques, houses, etc. Also, the doctors who treated animals. Also, there are also shepherds who were to take care of animals. Among all these, Abed bin Yaish, who was appointed by Imam Abdul Aziz to be responsible for this type of work. Also, the people who are gathering woods from different areas to be used in cooking, etc. And because of the strategical position of Diriyah and the relationship that it has with others, so there was a big movement in the commerce. A lot of people were coming to Diriyah from the Arabic Peninsula, from outside. The commercial or businessmen used to export horses, camels, goats, and they will also import what they don't have. So they were very courage and honest, patient, and knowing also the archaeology of their place. Also, ghosts used to come from everywhere. Coffee traders used to bring coffee beans from Yemen, and they will buy from there the clothing and the camels, goats, horses, etc. So it's become a very important commercial center on the level of the Arabic Peninsula as a whole, which made it like a big city, the big cities in the east. And because of that, Diriyah has become it was very important for them to have a market or souk. That's why they built a market in the middle part of Wadi Hanifa, between Tarif from the west and Aujairi neighborhood from east, so that all people can come there from every place. And the caravans and the people, the Bedouins too. So there was a lot of neighborhoods built in different parts of the Wadi. Ibn Bishr has mentioned Haywan al-Majd. He talked about he mentioned that the market is divided into different parts. Part for the men, part for women, and there was also a place for animals and areas to sell them, and there are different shops for the doctors who treat animals, and also another center to receive people coming from Yemen, Iraq, Egypt, Yemen, etc. Since it was not covered, this market was not covered. That was easy to know that the selling process was done by mutual exchange, sometimes, and sometimes by money. So at that time, they did not accept any kind of currency. So Imam Saud has actually made it in Mecca until the year 1228. So there were so many currencies that being used. Among them, the Austrian thaler and other types of currencies. And because of this activity, that it has become the capital of the strongest country that was established, or state that was established. So, and because of this prosperity, so the rent of houses and shops were very expensive to rent because of the commercial status of the town, and this have allowed actually a lot of activities to come to Diriyah and to start their businesses there more than any other town at that time. And so the economy of that place, it wasn't just agriculture. So sometimes they used to have sometimes droughts and stuff like that. So now we can say that Ibn Bishr has said when there was a drought in the 15th century, he said that in Najd the people were very hungry, but Allah gave them security. A man will travel from Yemen, Oman, Syria, and Egypt very safely. So everybody who used to come there was living in peace. Ibn Bishr talks about the impact of the drought, and he talks about the security situation, and that the people were safe, and people who used to travel easily from there to any other place. So people were feeling safe and to do whatever they wanted to do at the time, and it make it a resort also to go to it when they have any kind of calamities. This economical development continued at the time of the Saudi state, regardless of the leaders, and this helped actually to continue ruling and continue spreading peace, development, good economics for the people right there. The Saudi economy has seen a big turnover at the time of King Saud, after discovering oil and exporting it, and then after that his great sons also continued the same march. In fact, so the economy of Saudi Arabia started enlarging qualitatively and quantitatively. So the relationship, the commercial relationship has extended, and also Saudi Arabia now was known as a country for being a resource for energy, which made it actually qualified to join the G20 countries. So the Saudi economy made the Mamlaka, made the kingdom to be a very active member in the G20. And then this has all been garnished with the 2030 vision. So tourism was a good way to attract people. So it is one of the most important sectors that are developing very fast. So Diriyah has been given a lot of importance by the custodian of the Holy Two Mosque, King Salman. God may protect him. So also Diriyah was taken care of very well by the government, and the project of Bawabat al-Diriyah, or the Gate of Diriyah, was one of the most important things, where His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman has added this to the fund that takes care of everything needed in Diriyah. so that to develop different kinds of tourist projects and you know and any kind of sport events also. And then at the end, among the most important thing about this paper, as the slogan, it is it it is timeless knowledge. So helping also all efforts for bringing people around or tracking people that talks about the history and the heritage of Diriyah. Peace be upon you. She was so fast. I'm really sorry. She was so fast.
To talk about Karak's question.
So first of all, I'd like to thank the organisers for organising this fantastic event, and I'm very pleased to be here to talk to you today. Today I'm going to be talking about the ancient trade network that existed in the pre-Islamic period, and this obviously affected the Arabian Peninsula very greatly as it sat at the heart of this network. So I'm going to highlight today the archaeological methodologies that we can use for tracing global trade in the past, and this is generally through the material culture of the past. So I'm going to discuss new work that's being done at the archaeological site of an ancient port city, which was situated in southern Iraq, which is called Charax-Bazanu. And this city was the capital of an important and powerful trading kingdom called Characene, which extended its influence down the Gulf and greatly influenced the trading networks that passed through the Arabian Peninsula. So this ancient trading network lasted for around 1,000 years. So from around the 3rd century BCE up to around the 7th century CE. This trade was principally driven by demand in the Mediterranean world for a series of luxury goods that were not available in that area, but could be sourced from the Indian Ocean trade region. So it was this demand for essentially luxury consumer goods that drove this trading network. So as we can see on the Eastern goods side, these goods were mostly things like spices, timber such as teak, and precious and semi-precious stones. So all of these came from India. Incense, of course, from the southern Arabian Peninsula, pearls from the Gulf, animal products and live animal products, principally coming from Eastern Africa. So these were mostly paid for in the form of gold and silver from the Mediterranean world, but also in Mediterranean trade goods such as olive oil, wine, manufactured metal objects, and some agricultural products. The main player in this, in driving this trade, was the Roman Empire. So we see the volume of trade in this network rise and fall, essentially with the wealth and power of the Roman Empire, which was the main market for these luxury consumer goods. So as the Roman Empire flourished, this trade became enormous in volume. So in the early phase, this is what the trade network looked like in general. So this is obviously the central part focusing on the Arabian Peninsula. There was two main routes for trade. One was through the Red Sea and the other through the Gulf. So the Red Sea route generally supplies Ptolemaic Egypt and the southern side of the Mediterranean, and the Gulf route fed into the Levant and onwards to the northern Mediterranean regions. In terms of the Gulf route, the major port for incoming trade ships was the city of Gerha on the northern Arabian coast. And this was the capital of quite a powerful trading kingdom at this time. So this is in the early phase of this trade. So this map shows the situation around 250 BCE. So Gerha was kind of the major point at which the maritime trade routes met these overland trade routes that crossed Arabia, linking up with the Red Sea trade, but also going north to Palmyra and onward to the northern Mediterranean. However, there was a second port at this time, which was, I think you can see on the map there, Alexandria on Tigris. And this was quite a minor port. Although Alexandria on Tigris is now positioned quite far from the sea, so it's around a 1 hour drive north of Basra, at this time the Gulf coast actually was much more northerly, and this was actually on the coast of the Gulf. However, Alexandria on Tigris did not receive a huge amount of trade in this early phase, and that's largely due to it being part of the Seleucid Empire. And during this period, the Seleucid Empire was going through a series of fragmentations so that it was basically collapsing, meaning that the region was very insecure, and so this was not a safe route for trade because there was a lot of warfare and instability in the area. So the city I'm going to talk about is Alexandria on Tigris, but it didn't stay as Alexandria on Tigris for very long. So originally it was founded by Alexander the Great in 324 BCE, and it's likely the very final city that Alexander the Great founded before he died in 323 BCE. Unfortunately, this meant that the city, instead of receiving all of the investment that it was intended to, it was actually intended as a jump-off point for Alexander's intended conquest of the Arabian Peninsula. But with the death of Alexander, it found itself in the Seleucid Empire, which was not very stable, which didn't invest in it, and trade never really found its way to Alexandria on Tigris. However, it was first refounded in 170 BCE after a major flooding incident and changed its name to Antiochia after the king at that time of the Seleucid Empire, Antiochus IV. However, it still didn't really manage to gain any purchase on this trade network until it became an independent kingdom, briefly under a very powerful and charismatic governor called Hyspaosines, and he gives the city the name under which it's mostly known, Charax-Spasinu, which translates as the rampart of Hyspaosines, and this is the name under which it's known for most of its history. However, by 120 BCE, this independent kingdom has become a vassal kingdom of the new Parthian Empire, and the Parthian Empire was very powerful and maintained a strong, stable state for a considerable period of time. And this paved the way for Charax-Spasinu to become a major player in this global trade network. So how did Charax-Spasinu change the trade network? Essentially, it allowed trade to bypass Gerha and the long overland trade routes that Gerha was the start of. So firstly, by landing goods at Charax-Spasinu, the overland trade routes to both Petra and Palmyra, which were the main trading capitals for receiving these goods and transferring the eastern goods to the west, was a shorter land route than the land routes over the Arabian Peninsula. Also, by landing at Charax-Spasinu, it allowed trade to connect to the riverine trade, which was coming down the Euphrates and Tigris, which obviously was easier and in higher volume than the overland trade routes that preceded these. So under the powerful control and security provided by the Parthian Empire, Charax-Spasinu captured most of the maritime trade, which then resulted in it bypassing Gerha. We also find that as Charax and the kingdom that it was the capital of, Karasin, became more wealthy and powerful, it started to extend its power down the Gulf, and in fact extended it to the control of Tylos, which is modern-day Bahrain, which, although we don't know exactly where Gerha was, it was certainly very close to Bahrain, and the Karasin control of Bahrain would have effectively barred entry for goods to Gerha. Obviously, the Parthian Empire wanted to capture the wealth of the trade passing through, so it did this by exacting tolls and fees at Charax-Spasinu for goods that landed, and it wanted to direct all of the goods through Charax instead of through Gerha. So this resulted in a reorganization of the land routes although the land routes from southern Arabia with the incense trade still crossed the Arabian Peninsula, they generally bypassed Gerha and continued north to connect either at Charax-Spasinu or straight to Petra. So this completely rearranged the situation. Political control is also known at Omana, which is the archaeological site of Edir in the UAE. So we can see the control of the Gulf was quite extensive by the Kingdom of Karasin, and this was mediated via a powerful navy that we know from texts. Interestingly, to connect it to the previous session, we also have the textual documentation of a trade envoy who visited Charax-Spasinu from China in 93 CE. So he was coming to make direct trade links between China and the Roman Empire. But when he landed at Charax-Spasinu, the Parthian officials there had no interest in being cut out of this trade, so they persuaded the Chinese envoy that he was much safer to go home to China rather than carrying on to Rome. So this was a fundamental reorganization of this trading network. So moving on to the new work that I've been doing at the archaeological site of Charax-Spasinu, it's good to think why this kind of work might be important for understanding trade routes in Arabia. And that's because of the material culture which ran through Charax-Spasinu when it was the hub for trade. So by understanding the material culture at Charax-Spasinu, when it is discovered in other sites around the Arabian Peninsula and further afield, we can use our knowledge from this type site to reconstruct this trade network. So this is the site of Charax-Spasinu in Basra Governorate in southern Iraq. It's a huge city, and the most obvious feature of it are the ramparts that run across the northeast and northwestern sides of the city. So just to give you an idea of the scale here, the ramparts are 3.4 kilometers long, and the area of the city is well over 5 square kilometers. So we can see that this was a huge city in its day. This is a couple of images of the ramparts, which, as I say, is the most notable feature when you visit the site. So you can see these are still very substantial and, as I say, very, very long. They're fortified at 3 points by large square baked brick towers, one of which you can see partially excavated on the left here. Ignore the hole in the tower. That's actually an attempt at looting the tower, so that's been created in the 20th century. But these were impressive fortifications for this enormous city. Our main window onto the overall plan and layout of the city is via geophysics. So here we have some of the magnetometry results that we've obtained at the city. On the left side, you can see an image of the part of the central city. And you can see it's organized on this rectangular grid structure. And this reflects the fact that it was a Hellenistic foundation and has, broadly speaking, Hellenistic culture in terms of its layout, but also its material culture. So this is a huge grid system, which is actually larger than the contemporary capital at Seleucia. So you can see how this was always intended to be a very large, impressive city. We can also see some very large monumental buildings, which in this area our excavations suggest were elite residences, probably for the extremely wealthy merchants who traded out of Charax-Spasinu during its height. On the right side, we can see the geophysics that have revealed a significant palace. So this was the palace of Charax-Spasinu, and we have performed some limited excavations there. So this is just to give you, again, an idea of the wealth and opulence of this city. So this is a corner of its central courtyard, and here we can see two very large column bases, rectangular column bases. And this object in between them is a fallen section of column which has collapsed between the two piers. So these are actually entirely made of baked bricks, but plastered on the exterior with white plaster to replicate the look of stone that you might get in a classical building tradition. So you can see that this was both fundamentally sort of Hellenistic in terms of its culture, but also extremely large and monumental in terms of size and scale. So why is our excavations at Charax-Spasinu important? As I said before, it's about using the material culture there to trace this trading network at other sites, including those in the Arabian Peninsula. The two most important elements of material culture for this are the portable elements, obviously, and also the identifiable ones that can be traced back to this site, and that's, broadly speaking, coinage and pottery. So coinage is relatively straightforward. The coinage of Characene is relatively well known. The kings of Characene minted their own coins at Charax-Spasinu, and they had separate currency apart from the Parthian currency, so that's actually quite easily traceable. But less known and less well established is the pottery typologies that originate at Charax-Spasinu, and this is largely the trading vessels which the goods that were passing from east to west and west to east were coming in. So they would often be repackaged between the maritime trade and the overland trade, and this involved changing vessels, and so many vessels, trade vessels, have become deposited at Charax-Spasinu. Most important for this is the image on the right here shows the excavation of one of the streets in the city, and all the streets were lined with these ranks of large trade vessels, and these have been reused as drains, effectively, so the tops and bottoms are cut off, so the water from the street can be drained away. But because of the extensive nature of the grid, it means that effectively we have kilometres and kilometres of these ditches lined with pots. So we estimate there must be over 100,000 pots, trade pots, in the streets of Charax-Spasinu. So this gives us a huge number of complete vessels that can be used to create a chronological typology with both a wide range of origins and also a wide range of times. So we can hopefully get a great deal more granularity in our understanding of when and where these pots were from. And when these pots are discovered in other contexts around this trading network, we can then use that knowledge to reconstruct this trade network much, much more effectively. So if we go back to the map, we find these pots which, broadly speaking, they're called torpedo jars because of their shape. They tend to be very long and thin. They're also lined with bitumen, the vast majority of them, suggesting that they were used to transport liquids. So we think that mostly they were used for wine and for olive oil from the Mediterranean, which was brought down the river system on boats and then repackaged for the maritime trade. And then these vessels get distributed across the trade network. So these torpedo jars are known from southern India, from Sri Lanka, from all the sites down the Gulf Coast, including the Arabian side of the Gulf Coast. They're also found in East Africa, and by tracing the occurrence of these vessels across the trade network, once we know the chronology of the pottery at Charax-Spasinu, we can reconstruct how the process of change and how trade changed and the volume of trade between Charax-Spasinu to the various destinations across the Indian Ocean trade network. So this is an example of how the methodologies of archaeology can have a great impact on our understanding of both the process and the timescale of these trade routes and the trade volumes involved over time. And so this includes, obviously, the huge effect of Charax-Spasinu and the Kingdom of Karasine on trade routes that go across the Arabian Peninsula at this time. So we can construct the dynamics between the Kingdom of Gurha and the Kingdom of Karasine, and reconstruct how trade shifted from one to the other. So we find, in fact, that Gurha, by the 3rd century CE, drops out of the historical records and appears to have been basically completely eradicated by the trade at Karasine. So thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. I hope you found it interesting.
In the microphone, yeah. Thank you very much for Dr. Mary for the presentation. I was just looking at, I don't think the microphone is working. Just looking at, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Looking at the two presentations, one of the things that seems to be very important and clear that, with the importance, of course, of different methods that we need to employ to understand these sites better. But also equally, one of the underlying factors of trade routes, sustained trade routes and burgeoning trade is the need for securing stability and some degree of security in terms of the trading routes that are being in use. So I was just wondering that, Dr. Jamla, if you could talk a little bit very briefly about how, and before we open up for questions as well, both of you, if you could kindly talk about the role of the princes mainly, because many of the key rulers of Diriyah were very important in securing and ensuring stability and security in this region. So if you can talk very briefly about that.
نعم حرص أئمة الدولة السعودية الأولى أو أئمة الدرعية على تأمين طرق القوافل وطرق التجارة.
Make roads secure and trade also roads. There was a document that among the leaders of Diriyah, Ibrahim bin Musa, he's the 4th leader of the Emirates of Diriyah. He was very keen to make the road safe for commercial movements that comes from east that goes to Mecca, and so this road was guarded, and Mr. and the Mohammed bin Saud, the leader Mohammed bin Saud, he was making sure all the time to have the roads safe for Al-Hajj pilgrimage. He used to ask different tribes, the tribes not to take any kinds of fees or any kind of taxes from the people. He also was very keen about the ports in the Red Sea to protect. He was asking the tribes there to protect these seaports so that the pilgrims will go to Makkah al-Mukarramah in a safe way and visit the two holy sites. شكرا جزيلا لك.
It's really, really very
هذا شيء
important.
مهم الغاية في
So,
الواقع.
I was just again thinking, Mary, about your presentation that, the transition from the Seleucid to the Parthian control, that begins to mark a big change in terms of securing those sites and ensuring the stability of those sites, right? And that obviously had an impact on the way that the trade routes from the Arabian Peninsula, but also from the northern part, from Petra and other areas, were operating. So perhaps you could say a couple of words on that?
Yeah, the security and stability situation is fundamental to the change in trade routes that occurred during the period that I'm studying. Obviously, traders are always looking for the least risky option, so it's an inherently very risky business in this period to do trade. So first you have the maritime risk of shipwreck or lack of other things that can happen during, obviously, sea voyages are inherently perilous, but also overland trade routes are also very prone to great risk in terms of potential theft or weather conditions that can affect your ability to deliver your trade successfully. And as we can see in the early phase of this trade network, the Kingdom of Gerha, which was strong and relatively stable, was providing a much better security environment for trade than Alexandria and Tigris, as it was then, which was in an area where there was frequent warfare, where political control was constantly fluctuating, and traders saw Gerha as the more secure, more reliable routes. However, once stability and security is provided by the Parthian Empire after 120 BCE, then the shorter trade routes over land become less risky via Charax-Spasinu, and Gerha becomes sidelined. So really, the whole switch between trading through Gerha and trading through Charax-Spasinu was driven by security concerns by the traders. They're always looking to minimize their risk, to maximize their returns. So yeah, it's fundamental to allowing trade to flourish.
That's very interesting, and obviously that also shows then the consequent development of infrastructure around those trade routes as well within the Peninsular Arabia. If I could, at this point, ask if there are questions from the audience, please. So if you could raise your hands, it'll be, yes, yes. Is there a microphone that we can bring here to the front row? If not, I think I will probably pass on mine in that case.
Thank you. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا بشكر المتحدثين ورئيس اللقاء على تلك الجلسة الماتعة. ويمكن أنا بوجه سؤالين واحد للدكتورة جملة والآخر لدكتور ماري. السؤال طبعا أنا إبراهيم عبد الستار إبراهيم أستاذ الآثار القديمة جامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل قسم التاريخ والتراث. السؤال الأول يمكن دكتورة جملة تحدثت كتير جدا عن منتجات الدرعية، فكان السؤال مدى توفر المواد الخام في مدينة
that they have used to make these products. Dr. Maria, please, for adding a new trade routes in the Arabic, in the road, especially a different, the Risti, and or did they build new ports and new cities there, or were there some other reasons? So was the network for commerce is not enough, since it was before BC? and it is actually there were, they used to use the hair of goats and camels. Also, they brought things from Levant area and from Yemen, and they also used to use the clay for building high buildings and building trenches also to protect the town and the palaces too.
It's okay. The original foundation of Alexandria and Tigris was dual purpose. So Alexander obviously was not planning to die the next year. He was planning for his empire to grow and flourish. And so the original purpose of it was to redirect these trade routes, but also as a military base to launch the invasion of Arabia. So the original intention of this city was partially military and partially trade. But the death of Alexander the next year completely sort of undermined both of those functions, which is why for several hundred years the city existed but was quite a sort of minimal player in this trade network. And it really took the Parthians really were the ones that capitalized on Alexander's foundation, finally, and that's because they could provide this stability. But they really they realized the massive benefits of funneling this huge volume of trade through Parthian territory, because that allowed them to exact these tolls and also have political control over the trade. So they put a lot of investment into bringing the trade to Karak Spasnu instead of it going to Gaha. So although the original foundation of the city and its trade success and fulfilling its original purpose was separated by several hundred years because of the political background. But yeah, it was founded by Alexander deliberately to try to capture this east-west trade, which at that time in 324 BC was relatively small in volume, but was already growing. And it was the Parthians who really capitalized on it, but that was 200 years later.
I think there are two questions here in the front and one over there. Yes. Let's do this first, and then we'll come to you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you, His blessing.
تركي بن شجاع.
تركي بن شجاع.
ابن تركي الخريم.
I'm a researcher in the heritage.
محور الدكتورة
I'm going to talk about what Dr. Jamla about 3 points, in fact. The first one, that this research,
يعني من كرمها.
This is because, This actually should be more than one research. It's very rich, very, very rich. It contained a lot, and since she is very respected as a researcher, could be divided actually into so many things. But there is mingling, in fact, between when she talked about professions in the Diriyah area. Diriyah, it wasn't actually the container for all these professions, but it came from different, original places like the Riyadh, Dammam, Dalam, and Ahsa, and others. So it actually received all the proficiencies and all the qualified people who came actually to live there and participated in that big movement of knowledge. There was a historian, Ben Ghannam. He's from Al-Ahsa, for example. So this is the first point about the Diriyah. And the other pivot, when the lady talked about they came from Diriyah, yes, that's right. She's a very good researcher. She's an excellent one. She didn't do this is the first research. She knows much than she said. So the family which came to Al Diriyah, actually, they are actually were originally deep-rooted in ruling, actually, on reigning also in their first home. So. It was not mentioned that why did they move to there. I have mentioned this in different, in different tweets. When Dr. Rashid Al-Asakir sent me, he said that I said to him, we need to increase or to go 250 in the history back. So that will give us more, more details about the picture. So I'm gonna have. I will contact Dr. Jamla and give her my suggestions also, and to thank her also for her efforts. Thank you, Dr. Turkey. Diriyah has attracted a lot of profins from Arabic Peninsula and even from outside of the peninsula. About also the princes of Al Saud, they have ruled or reigned there before that. This is a very long, actually, topic. All of us know that Najd area had very strong reign from the people from Hadramaut who came to they were treated very harshly. So that's why it made people leave from Najd to different areas. So Bani Hanifa family went to the western region, and after they have left the eastern area was explained for different reasons, but the most important reason was their cousin called them to support him in his area, because at that time there were a lot of conflicts and warfare taking place in that area, so he wanted their support.
But if you can very quickly say.
دكتورة هدى عبد الغفور، تخصص تاريخ اقتصادي. هل يوجد للدكتورة جملة، هل يوجد تأثير لطريق الحرير الذي يعتبر من أهم الطرق التجارية
the Silk Road on the economical situation in Diriyah? Was there an impact for that? And also on the commercial exchange? And what is the most important area or region that was the most active one? Yes, there was a big impact. In fact, the Silk Road doesn't go through Najd, but it goes through not the middle but the eastern part. There were a lot of the communication between the people in the west and the east and the middle. So they imported silk from China and other countries that is in the road. Are there some documents that shows that? Yes, there has to do with all the history. There were studies, in fact, all the studies that had studied the Harir studies. I can provide you with it later if you like, madam.
Good if we can take these questions outside and talk, because I don't want to hold up the proceedings for the day. Thank you very much. I know that there are other questions here, and I'm really sorry about that, but let's take those outside and discuss those. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Jambla and Dr. Med.
What a fantastic discussion that highlighted the strategic significance of Diriyah in terms of its location and climate. Who knew that academic research and methodology can be fun and engaging? We would like to thank Professor Shomen for moderating that insightful panel. Building on the insights of our previous panel, which explored methodologies for studying ancient trade routes and their intersections, we now turn to the intersection of natural heritage and sustainability, an equally vital aspect of understanding our shared past and shaping our future. Our next panel, titled Natural Heritage and Sustainability, the Ecology of Diriyah, delves into the natural heritage of Wadi Hanifa. Drawing on findings from the Wadi Hanifa Natural Heritage Survey, this discussion will shed light on the region's biodiversity, geographical evolution, and the intricate relationship between natural resources and human activity over the centuries. Moderating this panel is Dr. Paulette Wallace, Associate Director of the Wadi Hanifa Natural Heritage at the Diriyah Gate Development Authority. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Paulette Wallace to the stage.
Thank you very much for joining us for today's really important session that we're going to teach you and encourage you and enthuse you about natural heritage, and the natural heritage specifically of Wadi Hanifa. Now, we have a large team, and our team is interdisciplinary, made up of staff from Diriyah Gate Development Authority, so the Diriyah Foundation team, in addition to staff from AESG and so we have ecologists, we have cultural heritage professionals, and we have natural heritage professionals, and we're all working together. So let's make a start. Ooh. Okay, so we're going to have 4 parts to our session today. The first part, we're going to touch on introducing what is natural heritage. Then we'll move on to telling you a bit about the Wadi Hanifa Ecological Survey. Then we'll touch on the work that we've been doing around tree tagging and the work that we've found out from actually counting the trees that we have within Wadi Hanifa. And then we'll move on to our palm trees operations on the ground, so palm and native trees. Now, so what is natural heritage? So natural heritage is the areas, the processes, the resources that are recognised for their scientific or for their ecological or for their landscape values. Now, when we start to bring landscape values into any kind of assessment, we're thinking about people's intangible heritage. So natural heritage is actually more than trees. Natural heritage is the trees, the soil, the surroundings, and for us it's also the geology, the hydrology, the habitat and the ecosystems. So just think about that as we go through our presentation today. Now, how does natural heritage assist us to think about Diriyah as a crossroads for trade and tradition? We're all here over the couple of days for the symposium, for the seminar, to think about, well, what was the role of Diriyah? Now, natural heritage enables us to recognise that there was a large, Wadi Hanifa, which is very nearby to us, where Diriyah is attached, connected to Wadi Hanifa. Wadi Hanifa, to one flank, has the large Tawaik Mountains. So we have this large geological area. We have a cutting through that area that brings us a water, or an aquifer also underground. And then we have a desert area. So the actual topography of Wadi Hanifa supports people to use this water source, to use this valley to transport themselves, to transport goods, to transport knowledge. And Wadi Hanifa and Diriyah have been at the centre of this movement within the Najd. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Alejandra to carry on.
So Wadi Hanifa is this important landscape feature in the Central Arabian Peninsula, and it has been key for the sustainment of life, both of humans, but also a wild biodiversity of plants and animals. Now, the archaeological records said that the first humans that inhabited the Arabian Peninsula came to the region around 115,000 years ago. We know these dates more because it's more or less the time when our ancestors were migrating out of Africa to expand to other continents, and the Arabian Peninsula is the first stop. So you can imagine that our ancestors first discovered Wadi Hanifa with the flourishing lands, with the water resources, and also the different plants that were providing sustenance. Back then, they were gathered hunters, so they were not establishing permanent populations around the wadi, but probably they were just nearby. Now, over time, thousands of years after that, during the Neolithic, about 80,000 years ago, humans developed certain techniques for plant domestication, so agriculture was born. Now, at that moment, we expect some permanent populations around the Wadi Hanifa, and many, many more years later, new different crops came apart from the wild vegetation that existed there at that moment. Now, when communities and populations develop next to water and also based on agricultural practices, usually the life is structured in a way that it follows the season, right? So the wadi follows the rain to be replenished, and also the dry seasons will just have a depletion of also the plants, for example. Now, so these populations living along a wadi and along a water source will develop certain traditions, certain cultures that will follow that natural schedule. So you can imagine these populations initially settling there, developing some time for preparing the land, some time for planting, and some time for harvesting. Now, we do not have the record for Wadi Hanifa itself, but we know many more societies worldwide that usually have certain festivities around the harvest because it's a time of abundance. So people are happy, people know that they have sustenance for the following months. So festivities come around. And although we do not have that record for the Wadi Hanifa, it probably existed. But we today somehow follow that seasonality as well. So yesterday, Jerry was saying in the introductory talk that the Diriyah season is starting, and also the Jeddah season, Riyadh season is starting. So somehow our life still driven by this seasonality. Now, my colleague was telling us about the trades, right? So you have these oases in the desert. And now you have traders coming from all around the world, from all around other parts of Asia, going to other places in the Middle East. So the Wadi was like a mandatory stopover. And these traders promote some exchanges of tangible and intangible goods. In terms of intangible goods, we have changes of knowledge, wisdom. And a very important one for us was a botanical exchange, where we were then receiving certain plants that are not native to the region, but became naturalized. And you may not know, but the palms are actually not originally from here. They came to the region around the year 5000, before the Common Era, and they are originally from Mesopotamia. So since then we have had them, we value as ours, which they are. They became naturalized. And in the previous picture, we saw also pomegranates. They are from Afghanistan and Iran. So DGDA is highly interested in knowing the ecological value that we have in the DGDA supervisory area, and so had reached out to AESG, we are consultants, to conduct some surveys to evaluate the assessment of the next one, to assess the ecological values that we have. So we had one survey where we analyzed the biodiversity of flora and fauna, and also a survey where we have the tree tagging focus on creating a database of what trees we have there, especially the date palms, but also native and non-native trees, and create a geolocalization of each of those single trees. Now my colleague Noura will tell you more about the ecological findings.
Thank you, Alejandro. So I'll be presenting the fauna section of our survey. And essentially, the wadi plays an important role for wetland, for native, whether it's native or non-native wildlife. And so, for reference, we have 173 documented terrestrial mammal species here in Saudi. So the species expected to inhabit Diriyah are those who could live and adapt in urban environments. So we have medium to small sized mammals. So for us, we have identified 7 mammals using our trail cameras, where we place them near areas showing signs of mammal activity, whether it's through tracks or active burrows, dents. We've seen hedgehogs, Arabian red fox, and the gerbils. We've also encountered the Dorcas gazelles, and they're non-native. We found them in private farms, so they're non-native and they are vulnerable globally. However, their presence here does prove that Diriyah could potentially host such species. Moving on, we have bats. The current database is limited. However, we did manage to identify 10 bat species using our ultrasonic bat detectors. How they work is they would detect the bat sounds, then we would later on analyze them. So through the 10 bat species, one of them is called the little free-tailed bat. What's interesting is that they were only previously documented in Jazan, the southern part of Saudi. But through our analysis, they actually had the highest number of abundance, which shows a large population here in Diriyah. Moving on to birds, there are 401 documented species in Saudi so far. We've identified 37. And the low number is as a consequence of many factors, where we have heavy machineries from construction pressure, we have different migratory timings, and also the areas we've surveyed did not have water bodies, which this place acts as an important resting stop for birds. And so we have, on the bright side, we have seen some birds of prey. We've seen common kestrels, long-legged buzzards, and also a near-threatened species called the gray heron. It was very interesting seeing that one. Moving on to reptiles, we have 9 species identified. In Saudi, there are 101 species. So we've seen geckos, sand snakes, and also a very highly protected species of spiny-tailed lizards. They're locally known as dhab. And lastly, we have invertebrates. Similarly to the bat, we don't have much information, so it's limited. However, we managed to identify 33 species, where we have pollinators, insects, spiders, and the best one yet was that of a butterfly cocoon, where it was just days from hatching, so we could clearly see the wings coiled up inside the cocoon. It's really interesting. Then we have, on this slide, the captured footage from our trail cameras, where we have the hedgehogs. They're cute and abundant. Then the Arabian red fox, very rare to see actually. And lastly, the species of high conservation priority by law, spiny-tailed lizards. And now I will let my colleague Noura tell you about our flora findings. Thank you.
Noura. Thank you, Noura. I'll be sharing our finding focusing on flora and habitat. Starting with the habitat, we categorize them into 4 types, but the vegetation community occur mostly in 2 habitats: the escarpment, where the wild vegetation mostly are found, and the agricultural land, where the introduced species such as the agricultural crop were found. The wild habitat tend to grow in undisturbed areas such as the escarpment, which are highly abundant of native plants. Though small the area is, it should be protected from any further disturbance. On the other hand, the agricultural lands, especially those along the Wadi Hanifa, are dominated with date palm plantation. Saudi Arabia has at least 2,300 plants. During our survey, we observed 192 species across 47 families. Half of them are native and the other half is non-native. Several of these plants are considered as a high conservation priority, such as date palm, olive, and they are important economically and culturally. Moving on in the next slide, you can see our findings in the surveyed area. Malva, where mostly occur in areas with plenty of water, for example, like the irrigation channel of date palm. And here is an example of a healthy vegetation, healthy wild vegetation. And here is the Prosopis cineraria, the invasive one, not the native one, sorry, the native one, not the Joliflora one, the invasive one. And I will let you with my colleague Alejandra to explain more for our findings. Thank you.
Well done. The findings of this ecological survey allow us to see what is the ecological value that we have, but it also allows to have some observations for that. So Wadi Hanifa is a section in Riyadh that has a lot of water resources and fertile land, so we would expect high diversity here. However, based on our experience all around Riyadh and in the country, it's actually not that rich biodiversity speaking, which means it's highly vulnerable habitat, is very fragmented, and we are losing biodiversity. So it presents some challenges for DGDA, but also some opportunities. In these pictures, we have one date palm farm that has become a public park. And contrasting with a picture in the last slide, we had also a date palm farm with high vegetation coverage. Those were wild species. Now we see a contrast here. Although we don't see the vegetation, now we are seeing some soil erosions. So those are challenges for the habitat degradation and also losses in biodiversity. So it offered opportunities to Diriyah to develop certain conservation practices that could enhance the habitat connectivity, the habitat restoration, and we could see then diversity of plants that are coming from the escarpment where the native plants exist, just coming into connectivity with the farms. So there is a possibility to coexist and promote a corridor, animal corridor, so for the local fauna to replenish. Now I'm going to let my colleagues Sara and Matteo tell you more about the tree survey.
Thank you, Alejandra. The tree tagging survey focuses on the diverse tree population in Wadi Hanifa, where date palms make up a significant portion of the local vegetation. These trees are deeply tied to Saudi Arabia's culture and heritage, symbolizing life, resilience, and sustainability. Their presence reflects the natural and cultural identity of the region. In addition to date palms, native trees such as acacia and tamarix form an essential portion of the Wadi's ecosystem, helping to stabilize the soil and support biodiversity. Next slide. These photos showcase the natural diversity of Wadi Hanifa, featuring palm trees, green landscapes, and wildlife, including the gazelles mentioned by Nura. By studying the diversity, distribution, and condition of trees, the survey highlights their vital role in the natural and cultural heritage of Wadi Hanifa. The work underscores the significance of these trees in supporting historical settlements and their contribution to Saudi Arabia's identity. This survey is a step towards sustainable conservation and long-term protections of Wadi Hanifa tree resources. Now I will let my colleague Matthew to talk more about the tree tagging survey.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. We have been tagging, measuring, and identifying the trees around the Wadi Hanifa. In this process, we have also seen different areas that has different management. For instance, these different areas correspond to public parks and old day palm farms. This duality in what we have found also create opportunities in terms of management of the area. For instance, public parks where the goal is to provide people with nature places where to enjoy, and the management is focusing on landscaping, can be enriched with native trees that will enhance diversity and, as a result, conservation. Old day palm farms where they have maintained the cultural irrigation practices can be places where this culturality can be maintained, and also explore different ways to improve irrigation and carbon cycling, among others. Day palms are very important trees, very well adapted to dry ecosystems. They can endure heat, dry conditions, and also high salinity in the ground. They also provide important ecosystem services around in the places where they exist. They are tall trees with wide offshoots that provide a microhabitat to other tree species and fauna that can be established in their ground. Also, they are important trees as a carbon stock for dry ecosystem. In the Wadi, potentially, there can be around 15,000 tons CO2 that they can offset from the atmosphere. To have a perspective of this, a trip to Jeddah in a Toyota Land Cruiser can emit 1 ton of CO2 back to the atmosphere. This means that in the Wadi, we can have 15,000 of these trips to Jeddah already offset in the place. This is important also because it's in line with the Saudi Green Initiative emission goals, recovery goals, and also with the Saudi Vision 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. So now I will leave you with my colleagues from the Diriyah Gate Development Authority.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdullah Ibrahim from the Diriyah Gate Development Authority. I'm today accompanied by my colleagues, Rakan Al-Jarbu and Khalid Al-Ataybi, who come from diversified backgrounds that serves the needs of our duties. We have Khalid with his long experience in Saudi Aramco managing and overviewing huge landscape projects, and Rakan coming from the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, who has rich experience on ground monitoring palm trees and assuring best practices are followed and complied with. In the heart of Diriyah, palm trees, they are living symbols of Saudi heritage, resilience, and prosperity. For centuries, these have provided shade, nourishment, and a sense of identity to the people of the historic land. Did you know that Saudi Arabia is a home to over 34 million date palm trees, 7.7 million are in Riyadh, contributing to 27% of the global palm population, producing more than 1.6 million tons of dates that contributes 7.5 billion to the national economy, accounting for 12% of agricultural output, with over 300 types of dates being exported to 160 countries. A typical lifespan of a well-maintained palm tree can live up to 100 years and more in hot climates. However, the productivity in terms of fruits decreases with time and ranges between 50 to 80 years depending on conditions. Diriyah, the cradle of Saudi Arabia, has long been a hub for the cultural treasure, with its date palms standing tall as silent witness to our ancestors' legacy. As our great King Abdulaziz once said, palm trees are a blessing from God, a source of life for our people, and a symbol for strength. This sentiment echoes deeply in Diriyah, where palm trees weave together the past, present, and future for our nation. Imagine walking through Diriyah surrounded by the majestic palms whose roots run as deep as our history. These trees are not just part of the landscape, they are part of who we are, embodying the spirit of growth and endurance that defines Saudi Arabia. Of course, we can see the palm tree in our Saudi emblem, which is a symbol of growth and prosperity. Historically, palm trees have been essential to life in the Arabian Peninsula, providing dates for food, shade, and materials for building. They symbolize resilience and endurance, qualities that reflect the strength and endurance of the Saudi people and the nation's deep roots and tradition. Together, palm trees and the founding day symbolizes the deep connection to Saudi Arabia's history, its cultural heritage, and the resilience and unity that shaped the kingdom into what it's today. It's one of the 5 symbols of the founding day. This all by default obliges us Saudis and non-Saudis to serve this duty, and this was done through the establishment of our Palm and Native Tree Unit, which is dedicated to overseeing the care, operations, and movement of palm and native tree across our huge prominent project, the Diriyah Gate. We are ensuring they remain a symbol of vitality and heritage. DGDA, the Diriyah Gate Development Authority, has developed and implemented standard operating procedures that guarantee the highest standards of maintenance and preservation are done for these iconic trees. This work is carried out with direct support, guidance, and close care from our nation's top leadership, emphasizing their commitment to preserving Saudi Arabia's natural and cultural legacy. We collaborate closely with the community of Diriyah and the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, and our subject matter experts who are from the people of Diriyah, to create a shared vision for sustainability and environment stewardship while honoring the traditions that these trees represent. Palm trees are more than nature, they are living legacies. With unwavering dedication, we bridge the past and the future, nurturing not just trees, but the soul of Diriyah. Together with the community and the visionary leadership, we ensure these symbols of resilience and heritage continues to stand tall for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've heard a variety of speakers and we've been busy over the last 6 months, and the Palm and Native Tree Unit has been going for longer than that. Now, do we have any questions from the audience about anything that has been presented today? Yes, we need to get you a microphone to the gentleman in the middle.
شكرا على المحاضرة المتميزة اللي احنا يعني استمتعنا بيها حول البيئة الزراعية مع الدكتور أحمد يوسف أستاذ آثار إسلامية بجامعة القاهرة. ده مش ما هوش جديد على الدرعية، وده نابع من فقه البيئة في الشريعة الإسلامية. والدرعية فيها مثالين مهمين، اللي هو إحاطة الأسوار الخارجية والداخلية بالأشجار كان ليه دافع مهم. الدافع الأول هو حماية الدرعية من الطيارات الهوائية المحملة بالرمال والأتربة، وده كان ذكاء. ليه؟ لأن ما كان عنديش أنا مصدات طبيعية، ما عنديش جبال تحمي بقى الدرعية من الرمال والأتربة، فكان لابد من وجود حل، وهو الأشجار، أشجار النخيل اللي كانت موجودة فبتعمل حائط صد للرياح والمحملة بالرمال والأتربة. الأمر الثاني هو يعني متنفس للأكسجين اللي بيطلع والحفاظ على البيئة. حاجة تانية هو استغلال جميع الأشجار اللي كانت موجودة في الدرعية. لما نيجي نبص على المستوقدات اللي كانت موجودة في البيوت، المستوقد اللي بيطبخوا عليه أو المستوقدات الحمامات العامة، كان بيمنع استخدام الأشجار الحية أو الأشجار الخضراء في عملية وقود.
You know, burning, for cooking or taking baths, warming water, taking bath. So this was very good. So what they did, actually, they would dry the trees and then use it after that. It was distributed to all the houses. This protected, actually, the environment very well. Thank you.
Explain to the others in the audience. Okay.
Just the explanation of the situation with the
Okay. Are there any questions?
هل هناك أي سؤال؟
Hello, I'm Dr. Karina Al-Taif from the Institute of Environment Studies and Research of the Lebanese American University. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I was wondering on which types of lands is this natural heritage primarily situated? Public, private, etc. And also you've mentioned several actions for preserving natural heritage, but is there a clear vision and strategy as it's the case for the built-up heritage?
Mm-hmm.
And also I would like to know if agriculture is included in such initiatives. Thank you.
Great, thank you. There's a lot to unpack there. So I think we'll start by saying that we're working primarily on the development lands that occur around At Taref World Heritage property. So the aim is for there to be public access in the future, and we're working to rejuvenate, rehabilitate as we can. But you addressed an important point that within Diriyah Foundation, our strength is certainly cultural heritage. So we have a very strong foundation when it comes to the conservation of the cultural heritage of Diriyah and At Taref in particular. And so now we're developing our natural heritage. And this key piece of work that we're presenting today is our baseline. So it's our baseline that will then help us to build our greater master planning and our strategies moving forward. So it's a key piece of work that actually tells us what do we have within Wadi Hanifa, because up until now we've known different components. There's been environmental impact assessments, for example, but we don't have a full picture. So we wanted to step back and do that. And a key component of this project is also a GIS that enables us to have that bird eye view and identify exactly where our palm trees are, where our native trees are. We'll understand the health of these resources, but also being able to map and identify our more sensitive areas. So we had the fantastic presentation from our Noras here. We have the two Noras who identified especially from an ecological perspective, we know that escarpment is very significant because we have remnant wild vegetation in the area. Now, to touch on your final point about agriculture, so because we are Diriyah and we recognise how Wadi Hanifa and Diriyah has changed over time, we recognise the significance of agriculture to that story, to our living legacy. So we have to include agriculture as part of what we're setting out to do. But we recognise that that can also have a conflict when it comes to pristine ecological focus, I suppose. So we're really working hard to balance where we can and recognise what are the species that makes Diriyah Diriyah. What is native to Wadi Hanifa we know, but we also know that people have brought things to Diriyah over time, and we're really investigating the concept of oasis. And from an oasis perspective, we're very interested to investigate and see if we can move forward with a 3-tiered system where we have our palm trees at the upper level. We recognise that we've had travellers and traders who have brought orchards to that middle level, and then we have our ground cover. So again, from the team, they identified we have some challenges where we're losing our ground cover in some areas. So we recognise that the 3-tiered system is most probably that ecological solution, and so we're moving in steps to kind of, we're initially going to test it in a mock-up area and then grow from there. But certainly we need to build our strategies around this baseline. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I think there was another gentleman here. Wait, sorry, we've just got this gentleman put his hand up first.
I'd like to thank you first for your presentations. They were all enjoyable. And I have a small question about the kind of grain which you might help me in identifying, which was there during the late pre-Islamic era and early pre-Islamic era. Wadi Hanifa was famous for its grain, fine grain, which made fine bread during that time. If you could elaborate, please. Thank you very much.
Dr. Alejandra, do you have an answer?
This is a really interesting question. We particularly didn't focus on soil assessments, but we do know that there are different soil studies here. Yeah, I will just dig more into that and maybe continue the conversation later. But Diriyah does have studies about that.
We have a great, with our strength in cultural heritage, we have a really strong research team. So we know that they've been carrying out research in that area. So we don't have the answer for you today, but we know our team back in the office are working on it. Thank you. Yes, back to the gentleman in the back area. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to echo those thanks because this has been really, really good. And my question is quite similar in that you were talking about the cultural heritage and the natural heritage being kind of hand in hand. And I think that's a good example of how they could be. I mean, I'm an archaeologist by training and that's my main interest, but I'm also very interested in paleo environments.
Ooh.
And in the processes of construction and collection of these information, there must also be borehole surveys where there could be examples of those grains. And there could be examples of pollen and grain
Yes.
and seeds from ancient species now vanished from the Wadi Hanifa, but also those that were, when the palm tree appears. Is that something that you're also going to explore? Because we're going to explore it, and it would be nice
Yes,
if there was
we must talk
some
after this.
cross-cultural. Yeah.
That sounds great. Yes, certainly where we are, we have our baseline natural heritage survey, and now we are tiptoeing into an OASIS study. And in the OASIS study, we are pairing our archaeological knowledge and our archaeological findings with our natural heritage findings. And we're hoping that bridging that together, we'll get to a place where we have a richer understanding of our ancient past. So I touched on, yes, we have a really strong research team within Diriyah Foundation, but we need to go ancient times. So we recognise the need that for us to understand paleobotany from boreholes, but also we have a lot of wells. So some not in use, but we also have a lot of modern wells that have been placed over top of older wells. So just investigating around our what we have within the landscape. We know there's a lot of information there. We just have to unpack it. Thank you. Any further questions? Anything for the panel of speakers? Yes, sir.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
Good afternoon. Dr. Abdul Muhsin Al Sheikh. My home is close from here, just
Yes.
maybe 800 meters. I want to ask you about the small towers which are around this building. I think there is 2 or 3 the small towers which established since 300 years ago. I haven't seen any what it called any information all the body who not from the Diriyah, they don't know what this building. Why? What the history of this building? What was the story of these towers?
Well, I can tell you that we actually have some of our colleagues joining us today, so you might be able to find them in the audience after our talk. But I know in terms of our understanding of the defensive wall and the defensive system within Diriyah, there's a team that is working on that closer to the development zone areas. But certainly they need to understand the context within this larger space. So I don't have the answer for you right now, but I can tell you that there is a team working on, we have multiple conservation teams. So know that they're thinking about towers, they're thinking about defensive systems, and hopefully, inshallah, the information will come out to you at some point. Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, we are the natural heritage team, so we don't have all the answers on the cultural heritage, but do know that there's a team back in the office working hard. Shukran. Okay. Any last questions? Oh, yes, there's another question we have just here. We tried to present as relatively efficiently, so there would be plenty of time for questions. So was there one more? I also should mention that we have some of the members of our tree survey team are also in the audience today. So they've been working really hard over the last few months, and they've got a break today to come and see their colleagues present. So in addition to the team that we have on stage, there's also an army of staff who work hard every day. عليكم السلام.
في الحقيقة شد انتباهي في استدامة النظام البيئي بحكم أني أنا تخصص في النقد البيئي الإيكولوجي، لكن ما شاهدته الآن سردية عملية امتداد صناعة المحتوى بدءا من الطراز التراث النجدي تحديدا من الدرعية، مرورا بالنخيل، مرورا بالطبيعة. استوقفتني كلمة الأخت الأستاذة نورة حينما وقفت على نقطة مهمة، عملية تدوير النباتات أو بمعنى عملية الاستيراد المنتج المحلي والخارجي. نقطة بس أحب أعقب عليها وأتمنى الوقوف في نحوها بدقة. سردية العلم الممتد في التراث الدرعية يحتاج الوقوف من ناحية العلم النص. يعني اليوم ما شاء الله كمحتوى قاعد يتقدم ما بين علم الإيكولوجي البيئي ما بين البشري واللا بشري، قاعد يجمع الآن. اليوم قاعد أشاهد نماذج من الطبيعة ونماذج بشرية، نماذج صناعة محلية، نماذج صناعات دولية. هذا يعطي انطباع أن اليوم نقف على السينما البيئة من ناحية الإيكو السينما من رسم طبيعة الدرعية. فهذه طبعا جلسة تشكر، وأنا أتابع من بدءا من الأخت سارة إلى الأخ تقريبا ركان أو المتحدثة، وقفت على نقطة السرديات النص بمعنى النظرة الإيكولوجية البيئة اليوم في الدرعية قاعد تعكس الطبيعة أو الحضارة المملكة. شكرا حقيقة، ما قدمته اليوم جدا جميل. بحكم أني ناقدة في النقد البيئي في الإيكو سينما، استعنت ببعض النقاط جدا راح تثريني في البحث. فهذا يعني كملتقى الدرعية الدولي بنسخته الأولى في هذا النتاج كنسخة أولى قاعد يقدم نماذج تسخر فيها للوطن، فهذا يعني باعتباري كباحثة أستعين فيه في دراساتي. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, everyone. I think that's it. I think we finished early. Well done. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, speakers.
What a fantastic session on the ecology of Diriyah that highlighted how the intricate dance between nature and humanity has shaped this iconic region. Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists, and thank you so much to Dr. Paulette Wallace for moderating this engaging discussion. We will now enjoy a 15-minute coffee break, followed by a very exciting session on the cultural and linguistic aspects of Diriyah. لدينا الآن استراحة قهوة مدتها 15 دقيقة، ثم نعاود لاستكمال باقي الجلسات. شكراً.
ما في صوت. تشيك 1 2. اهلا وسهلا بكم.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل الجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall.
Un service de traduction simultanée de l'anglais vers le français et de l'arabe vers le français est disponible.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen.
أهلا وسهلا بكم مرة أخرى ونستكمل هذه الجلسات الشيقة. الجلسة القادمة موضوعها جدا مختلف.
And very quite different because it actually deals with the linguistic studies and Diriyah. These are crossing points. And when we talk about linguistic studies and linguistics in general and their impact on society and community and culture, well, it's quite interesting. And actually, it's very attractive to many people. Actually, I remember the recent linguistic study in a conversation journal that human beings actually are better than animals in terms of groups and not actually in the level of individuals. That paper actually claims, away from religious texts, that Allah, of course, put human beings in the noble status. Animals and human beings, they think, are equal. When we think like one deer and one elephant, a lion and a rabbit and a human being in a single place, all of them actually will look for a habitat or a domicile. Every one of them is going to defend itself. If human beings actually think they are smart, they're not going to be smarter than animals in terms of adaptation with the environment. But actually, the human beings' supremacy will be due to the language. It is the language that makes them actually able to exchange ideas and thoughts, and that's why we are here today. In our meeting today will not be possible unless there is some common ground in terms of language shared by, let's say, in papers and questions and discussions. That's why Stephen Pinker says that while if the elephants, they don't talk about, let's say, a language, they would have control over the world. Now we can see a deer, let's say, on the behind the podium. Well, we think that if animals can actually, they have their own language. Actually, this is a very mistaken idea because they can communicate, but not actually to use language. Because you know that a monkey that has been taught 100 words, that animal couldn't actually produce a single sentence. Also, the cuckoo actually they see, let's say, colors. They can name them, but actually they are not able to understand what is meant by color because it's an abstract concept. It interacts with language. So who can actually make these animals understand these abstract ideas? So the Diriyah, culture, heritage, legacy, acquisition, knowledge, these are deep concepts. And actually Imjani said that language is that, let's say, sounds and made by people actually. Also they talk about, they say, their own purposes. So it can never be expressed for this spirit, only for the people. Our purposes actually will not be expressed only through Arabic. The dialect by people actually living in Diriyah, actually, we don't have many similarities or synonyms. Let's say for eyes, actually, they have one word. But Eskimo they have 100 words for eyes and snow. So we opened this panel discussion with Professor Mansour Abu Ras, the professor of linguistics at Imam University, with his presentation talking about the linguistic study and its linguistic output or product in the first Saudi state. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. And peace be and blessing on Prophet Muhammad, his messenger, his companions, your excellencies, respected audience. Well, actually, it's my honor today to be here with you to talk about this humane topic that actually addresses humanity. It's not only important to Diriyah, it's important to all humanities. First, I would like to express my deepest thanks to the seminar organizers for Diriyah Gate Development Authority and all the staff members for their warm welcome, their hospitality, their organization, their keen follow-up. And also I would like to express my thanks to and gratitude to the University of Imam bin Muhammad bin Saud and its rector, the President, Professor Ahmed bin Salam Al-Amri, that made this meeting possible. And it supports all that actually cares for our country. Well, first, the linguistic study in Diriyah in the first Saudi state. Well, actually, I have only 30 minutes. Actually, the topic is very rich, and it's actually, as they say, well, it's enough actually to say a few words. So we'll give a short introduction, then we can talk about the political status quo in the first state, Saudi state, and the signs of the Saudi state interest in scholars, and also the method of teaching Arabic in the first Saudi state, the linguistic output, and this will take us off to the components of the linguistic components, let's say the manuscripts or the linguists when we talk about manuscripts, and we should, of course, to talk about the paper making and booksellers in the first Saudi state in Diriyah, and then we get to the conclusion and recommendations. We start now. Well, I'm Mansour Said Abu Ras, professor at Imam bin Saud University. My title is the linguistic study and its product in Diriyah in the first Saudi state. Actually, the importance of this study actually is due to the Arabic language, as the Arabic language is the vessel where we have all the branch of sciences and knowledge. That's why we are very interested actually in the religious branches of knowledge. You know that the religious studies were very popular in the first Saudi state, and because that Arabic was the main tool for all knowledge branches, Holy Quran, interpretations of the Holy Quran, hadith, traditions of the Prophet Muhammad, Sharia, Islamic Sharia or laws. And some scholars say that it's a must to study, because what you have to do your duty is a duty itself. And also, the concerns and the issues that makes actually an added value to this point, which is the position of historical position of Diriyah, and also the position of the Saudi citizens in the landscape. Well, actually, the Arabian Peninsula actually witnessed some phase of instability, and when the first Saudi state actually was the springboard for a different change. The question is that stability actually left its impact on the linguistic studies in Saudi Arabia at that time, at that point of time, in the first Saudi state? We have, of course, the corpus of that subject is that's the manuscripts. That's the manuscripts of Mahmoudi library. All the libraries were owned by the Mahmoudi library. Also the manuscripts at Riyadh Public Library. We have 3 indices by Dr. Abdul Mahsen al-Sheikh. Actually, he left no stone unturned. And also we have manuscripts of King Fahd Public Library, and some of these indices were published. And also the manuscript of Prince Sultan Library at Imam bin Saud University. Let me mention also the valuable book by Dr. Hamid Al-Angari that has all the authored books, and also made analysis of the document in Turkish language, where it was the basis of the analysis of this study. Well, the parameters of the study, the Diriyah in terms of place and time, it is the first Saudi state. Well, we have to talk about the foreign political status. Actually, it's not our major, but we have to know actually how things were. Well, actually, we have some powers outside the Arabian Peninsula. We can say the superpowers. Well, some of them were Muslim powers. Actually, the Ottomans, the Safavids in Persia, and the Mamluk in Egypt. Whereas the other superpowers, actually the Western European colonizers, Britain, France, Portugal, Spain. Actually, this is a short introduction to what happened. As I said, I made this is short in purpose. In terms of the internal political status quo in Diriyah, it was actually no better than the external political status quo. It was also unstable. Every town has its own ruler, where this belongs to some other, as it was in Hijaz for Ashraf. They were loyal to the Ottomans, and also in the east we have Khalid dynasty, and the status quo actually was not stable, this to say the least. But actually, the first Saudi state actually, and when we took the loyalty and the commitment and dedication of this was actually caused the ire of other superpowers, especially when they invaded Hijaz, and so they were actually a great power. Actually, this is an answer for a question: why Muhammad Ali Pasha left no government in Diriyah after the collapse of Diriyah? Because it was actually he's afraid, because people here in Diriyah, if they had another government, there was some danger or peril for Muhammad Ali. When we look at the correspondences and the letters between scholars, actually they demonstrate rhetoric, eloquency, and deep knowledge of morphology, rhetoric, syntax, and they, of course, they showed also great evidence of many details. All these circumstances actually left its impact on the cultural and social situation. It is not actually, it's not negative impact, but we know it was a very positive impact. Why? how these instability situations actually left its positive impact, but for the following reasons. Why? Because the rulers of the first state, Saudi state, where they were scholars of religions, they wanted actually to foster the pillars and foundations of the state. Also, one more aspect is regarding Arabic. Najd area actually was the least region affected by getting merging with the non-Arab elements. I'm talking about, of course, the west coast, the east coast, and also with the southern ports related to some border areas. And also the government and the state gave some incentives to scholars, let's say, to open schools, libraries, spreading knowledge, men and women alike, children, elderly, and also giving allowances, financial allowances and bonuses and for scholars. Also building actually some houses, let's say, for the Waqf. At that time, when you build houses for scholars about, let's say, the complex that was built around Al-Bijeri, it was said it can afford 200 people, and it has, of course, a library and a coffee shop, and also there's some place for women. If there is some place for some labs, let's say, for coffee, whatever necessary for people actually to make it actually ready to live. And also it was supported by the House of Funds of the Nations, of course, and also there was some place for women as women scholars. They were also, we'll talk about this point later on. And also they sent some emissaries to other countries and towns. They call it, let's say that's emissary to Emir or Prince of Mecca, to Baghdad, to Damascus, to Yemen. They were sent by the Saudi rulers to spread knowledge, and normally they come back with books and knowledge to the Saudi state. Also sending scholars to villages, towns in the Arabian Peninsula, to teach inhabitants. When a ruler at that time, actually, they were in a state of belligerency, that these emissaries, they were supposed to stay for almost 2 months to teach people there. Once they start copying books, to leave books and manuscripts, and they don't leave that place before they appoint and approve the people actually they will be in charge. And they were also keen in sending knowledge to towns and villages. They were also requested to select a group of 15 people and to be educated, and they receive financial support. For that, what I've said, actually the Saudi community witnessed a radical change where Diriyah, with its political, cultural and economic position, a place where people actually like to move to, and that's why Diriyah actually has become a capital for culture. And this was also the Kairouan of the Arabian Peninsula, due to the number of scholars and innovators. More than 400 scholars. More than 400 scholars were gathering in Diriyah. Education in Diriyah in the first Saudi state, actually it has many institutions. That's the small schools, also the palaces of rulers and governors. I'm talking about not only the houses of scholars, while rulers also were hosting knowledge, and also that's also the regulated education, systematic one. Well, let's say it was small schools, it's called Kutab, and also seminars. And these seminars were popular actually across the state and the nation, in mosques, in the houses of scholars. And now we can take this as an example that, let's say, the rulers also were scholars, and their palaces were a place actually for seminars. And let's say in especially the seminar by Imam Muhammad bin Saud. Well, Louis Burkhardt, he was talking about Saud bin Abdul Aziz seminar, where he actually, this German Orientalist, well, actually, he named himself Ibrahim Abdullah, and he stayed in the Arabian Peninsula a long time. And also he was a contemporary of people actually that he was able to give a full description and a precise description. He talked about the seminar of Imam Saud bin Abdul Aziz. It was right after Fajr, I mean the morning prayer. That's all after afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. And he was in the habit to meet after Isha with his sons living in Diriyah, and whoever interested to join them. And so one of the scholars actually used to read a page from the Holy Quran or from the Prophet traditions and give some interpretations. So let's imagine how was that explanations at the palaces of the rulers, and how the ruler used to listen, and then he gives some explanation, well, based on his knowledge. Well, the linguistic deliverables in the Saudi first state, one of them is the number of this one is the thesis given. That is to say, that's the permissions or license given, the academic licenses, and it was given, let's say, 4 types of licenses: for jurisdiction, for teaching, or let's say teaching some subjects or topics, or let's say for the narratives, or let's say to present a book or review a book. All these types of linguistic study, well, actually the jurisdiction that state, there is some license given to narratives or to review a book. Well, let's say for example, Sheikh Ahmed bin Hassan al-Qahtani, he talking about one of his scholars. I gave him a license by whatever I received from my big scholars in Baghdad, in Syria, and this gives us an indication the journey of scholars to seek knowledge and pursue knowledge everywhere, then get back to Diriyah as a home of knowledge. And of course, there's a number of license. Also authoring books and verses and explanations. Also the explanations and comments, I mean, on the margins, they say to put a margin. But actually you can't figure out the difference between the text and the margin. Why? Because it was a big movement, and for other, let's say, in some other factors we will deal with. See, this is an example of, let's say, 2 different books. Let's say from a book where you can see the comments and the feedback of people. Actually, the first one, you see only the title there, and whoever, let's say, is in this writing, in small writing, by comments and footnotes. And the last page, well, you see that brown writings, that the book is completed. You see, the footnote has nothing to do with Arabic, but you know, because the scholars actually don't have enough paper to use, And so this big number of comments, it's a rich material for scientific research and examination we can use. And we hope, of course, hopefully, that researchers will deal with this, and of course will come out with the good results and recommendations about the good work done by all these scholars. Also, one of the deliverables is to preserve and maintain texts, and the leading text that time, that's one by Ibn Malik, the Ajrumiyyah, Naqd Nadam, Mulhat al-I'rab, and also the different poetry verse poetry. The components of the linguistic studies in the first Saudi state manuscripts. And first, I would like, as I said in the beginning, and these are the manuscripts, these are the sources of the manuscripts I used in my research, and we can find easily, actually, that when it comes to language study, so those specialists in linguistics, we have, of course, let's say, main, let's say, like syntax and grammar, and also some branches that deal with, let's say, with output like literature and poetry. When we talk about linguistic studies, at that point of time, they cared more, and if they left something unturned, as you know very well, that well, actually, scholars at that time, actually, they were an encyclopedic nature. They deal with, let's say, with history, jurisdiction, sharia, language. We can give an example, Hassan al-Ghannam, who has its own linguistic books, who produced, of course, he's one of the sheikhs in Diriyah, and of course, he has a book in history. That's still. Well, as you know, of course, I made this in order, let's say, alphabetically. Also, of course, we could put Al-Ain al-Khalil for Ahmad would come first. That's these different books in linguistics, let's say, in rhetoric. And of course, the audience here, when we talk about one book, of course, that doesn't mean that this book you can find it. It doesn't actually mean absolutely rejectly. Well, the book written, it's a big effort, and it needs, of course, a reader, and of course, it needed a seminar. Any book copied, it cannot be randomly made. It's not only for have one more copy, or let's say to brag of. No. Actually, a book which is available, if it means that a scientific research effort, when we talk about the booksellers and the paper makers, let's say different other books by famous linguists in Arabic, like Al-Jawahiri, Al-Khair bin Ahmad, Al-Fayruz Zabadi, and also Al-Kharasani book. Well, some specialists, they may think about the last book because it deals with the terms and words used in the Holy Quran. Actually, many of the interpretation books, actually, they help, let's say, grammarians, like, let's say, Al-Bahr al-Muhit, or another interpretation book by Salman Halabi, by Al-Halabi. Well, actually, in terms of grammar and syntax, we have, of course, Awdah al-Masalik by Ibn Hisham. Let's say, I actually didn't find it, let's say, classified as Arabic books. Let's say it was in the social studies. Well, actually, it is Awdah al-Masalik by Ibn Hisham, and it is the main source in this branch of knowledge. But this, of course, to let's say, to form these research teams, it's hope that, of course, it's interdisciplinary. Some people actually are majored in history, in language, in geography, in jurisdiction, because, you know, the branch of knowledge at that time actually was encyclopedic. And so researchers actually should be like this, is my suggestion. Well, also we have different other books, but Al-Hajib and also Ibn Aqil and Ibn Malik, and also the Al-Ajrumiyyah, Qatr al-Nada explanations, and Al-Kafiyah. also the other books, let's say in Arabic linguistics by Fakhi ibn Hisham, and another book by Khalid al-Azhari. As you see, the grammarian books actually was prominent. Also in literature and rhetoric was some other book by Taftazani, by Ibn Zaydun, Al-Razi, the explanation of Mu'allaqat by An-Nahas, and also by Taftazani and Al-Hariri stanzas. Well, you know, when we talk about the philology and phonology, the point with the phonology is that actually it is still the problem. When you talk about the linguists, well, you say that well, al-tajweed branch is not actually phonology, but it's quite related to it, because you know a lot of terms used in phonology are there in tajweed, or the Holy Quran recitation studies. When it deals with phonetics and phonology, it was actually by the morphology, let's say replacement, substitutions of words, and actually morphology and phonology, phonetics, actually we cannot actually take them away from each other. But when it comes to research and examination, we have valuable books, let's say in Holy Quran recitation books at that time, let's say, well, when it comes at the Al-Adgham by As-Susi, let's say when we find it, let's say Diriyah library, it means that it was very important. As-Susi, the let's say that when let's say Amr al-Basri, when let's say Adgham al-Kabir, who so that's the great when you get one vowel in another vowel. Well, of course, it needs a lot of effort to produce this sound, and that's why it is called. I don't like actually to talk more about this, because you know there are a lot of examples. Let's say the Holy Quran read by this way, specific way and unique way actually, but it is phonological representation. And also Al-Jazariya explanation, you know, by Muhammad ibn Muhammad al-Jazari, and it's a text in Holy Quran recitation. And we'll talk about these are the opening recitation or verses of Al-Jazariya. Let's say talking about the places of phonetic articulation. Actually, it's no surprise when you find these important resources and texts which connected to this. Well, what has something to do with recitation will be taken only orally speaking. They don't actually take interest, let's say, in what is written. Well, actually, of course, they give license. This diagram, actually, for all these references of all different language arts, let's say that the language, linguistic study, it's starting with the language, let's say rhetoric, literature, syntax and morphology, phonology, phonetics, and well, we dealt with this already. Well, let's say in brief, as we said, that the libraries in Diriyah, we can safely say that the library in the first Saudi state played an ideal role in dealing with language in all its fields, in terms of dictionaries, in phonetics, in morphology, syntax, different rhetoric, and also well, moved actually to be more creative. Actually, books were copied as manuscripts, which of course identifies that these books with the footnotes, they describe actually how serious the lessons were and how far the scholars were very keen and wanted actually to spread language and spread sciences. Well, as you know, when we talk about paper makers, well, let's say they had their own market in Diriyah, and it was actually quite ordinary to find a paper make and having actually some when they make somebody to copy and make a manuscript, they make some corrections for the new copy, let's say, and make it, bind it. And I want just to show you that this actually will, every manuscript means a learner, a teacher. Well, let's check the linguist actually in the first Saudi state as time allows. Well, actually, first Imam Saud bin Abdul Aziz, actually the intellectual scholar, it was the great Saud. Well, the first Saudi state, it reached the climax, and this title was due to his wisdom and his knowledge. I'm running out of time. I'm going to try quickly. Well, they talk about Prince Imam Saud bin Abdul Aziz as the leading scholar, and in the seminars when he was young and when he was a teacher, and he was of course a scholar of that age, and of course, well, we'll talk about their knowledge, because this was by default, and they were of course they say students by for other scholars, by Salih Abdulaziz al-Sheikh, with an introduction by his eminence Sheikh bin Baz. Let's say that's the first letter, let's say, from Abdulaziz bin Muhammad, and then to whoever scholar or judges, let's say, in the Holy Mosque in Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, and also till the end of that thesis. Well, let's say with the utilization of language, and also using the though they were very interested actually with many other theses, but no, the text itself actually attracts linguists, they say, for deeper investigation based on modern theories of linguistics. Also Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab, Ibrahim Muhammad Yusuf. Time is over, but just now to see the names, you can see. Well, of course, some of them, let's say Hussein bin Ghannam, well, that's what we mentioned just a few minutes ago, and other scholars. And so there are a lot of scholars. We have many scholars actually. We cannot actually ignore them. And also Fatma bin Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab, that were women scholars actually were there. And also there's one more I couldn't actually ignore. One of the scholars at that time, let's say the traditions, Prophet Muhammad sings, he said that let's say, I know those people actually who are interested in he was Sheikh Sulaiman bin Abdullah bin Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab. Well, I ignore this because, you know, when I talk about the merits, so not only these slides, not 30 minutes, not more. Well, actually, he was examined. Let's say he couldn't actually figure out why, because he was devoted to knowledge. Well, actually, the footnotes. Well, actually, some of the scholars actually were blind, but they memorized these studies, these books, and they were, of course, they're great examples. Actually, we are the time constraint. Well, actually, my research will meet all the requirements, all the academic requirements you can imagine. Well, hopefully that actually the time is over, but you know, as paper making, as we've said, that it is actually it's not only for making money. Well, it's also for they were scholars. Some scholars actually, they were in charge of copy these books. Well, some of the books. Well, as I gave this an example of some scholars. well, some of the he had some books actually in many branches of knowledge. The results of this, that the linguistic study were very close to, and that was of course that's why language actually was the main tool of.
إلى مدى عمق الدرس اللغوي والمعلومات والمهارة اللغوية التي يتمتع بها الطلاب في ذلك الوقت. يمكن خلاصة القول
Well, we can roughly say that
النتاج اللغوي التوقيعات التي زين بها الوراقون كتاباتهم والشروحات والتعليقات الدواوين الشعرية الفصحى والشعبية تسمى النبطية بأي اسم سميت ولكن الدواوين الشعبية.
So these verses are very important, especially when it comes to those who are memorize them, they are still alive. Of course, that language competence, despite what happened to Diriyah library, we have a big volume of manuscripts. We can make use of them, and also we have to make up for what was lost. And also inside the kingdom, also and the libraries available across the globe, we can of course have this program that can be a springboard for the scientific research, and also make some connection with the cultural heritage, and fostering ties and bridging the gaps between generations. Or that's what, of course, it seemed to me that I exceeded my time. Thank you so much for listening.
كل الشكر والتقدير للأستاذ الدكتور منصور أبو راس أستاذ اللغويات بجامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية تحدث عن موضوع شيق
and he talked about the language in Diriyah and its main role in producing language output. Actually, it was a very sovereign component. It was actually from the first article of the Saudi system. It's Saudi Arabia is with its constitution is the Holy Quran, the Prophet Muhammad tradition. Its language is Arabic. Its capital is Riyadh. With this session, we come to the end of the panel discussions before the break, lunch break. You are invited to have lunch right now. Hopefully, they will get back by 3 o'clock here. Thank you once again. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a refreshing lunch and are ready for our next exciting session. Our next lecture takes us on a fascinating journey through the eyes of European travelers who documented their experiences in the Najd region. These unique accounts shed light on Diriyah's rise as a center of influence and its enduring cultural legacy. Titled European Travelers' Observations on Najd, The Rise and Legacy of Diriyah, and hosted by IASA, this session offers valuable perspectives on how Diriyah was viewed beyond its borders. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Julian Janssen van Rensburg, an accomplished archaeologist, cultural heritage expert, and a trustee at the IASA. Dr. Julian, the stage is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for being here. And again, thank you for the organizers for inviting me again. It's really nice to be here at the second DGDA conference here. And so as a trustee of the International Association for the Study of Arabia, it gives me great pleasure to start with our first slide here, just to give you an update on what IASA is. So, as you can see, I'll put it there, yeah, good. Charitable organization exists to advance public knowledge to the promotion of research, cultural, natural heritage of the Arabian Peninsula. And we obviously promote, I won't read this all out to you, but you can see we do research related to the archaeology, history, epigraphy, languages, almost everything, through to ethnography, geography, geology, and natural history. And to do this, we award research grants. We produce our own publications, which I'll go into in a minute. We also disseminate news of research, events connected with Arabia, such as this wonderful event here. And we organize our own lectures and conferences, in particularly the Seminar for Arabian Studies. And if you just give me a minute there, I'll explain to you that the Seminar of Arabian Studies is sort of an annual international forum for the presentation of the latest academic research on the Arabian Peninsula. And the subjects that we cover in that, again, are everything listed out here: archaeology, history, epigraphy, languages, literature, art, culture, ethnography, geography. And we look at everything from the earliest day to the present time right through. So, and we look at everything as well from the political and social history, you know, up to the end of the Ottoman Empire. And the first IASA was in June 1970, and we published the first volume containing the papers of the fourth seminar that was held in Cambridge, volume 1 in 1971. And since then, the proceedings have been published every year after the conferences. We also run special sessions as well as a wide range of subjects from main sessions, and the seminar offers an opportunity for more detailed discussions of a particular area of research by invited speakers to a special session lasting half a day or even to a full day. And the papers led at special sessions are normally for publication in the proceedings of the Seminar for Arabian Studies, which is published every year, and a volume will be coming to you shortly, and all as a supplement to the pieces. So the 57th Seminar for Arabian Studies was held in Paris on the 27th, 29th of June this year, and the 58th Seminar for Arabian Studies will be held in Abu Dhabi. The date's to be confirmed yet. So, as you can see, there's a website. Please visit the website, and if you want to be involved with the IASA, you're very welcome to join as a member, and knowing that your contribution will go forward to producing funding that will be helping young scholars present their research and undertake further work in the Arabian Peninsula. So I'll take off my trustee hat now and put on my other hat. So we just now talk about the European legacy here in Diriyah. So the accounts of Sadler, Palgrave, Corners, Mengen, and Philby, they offer these valuable insights into the architecture, agriculture, and social structure of the Niger during a period of significant change, as we're aware. And from the grandeur of Diriyah's stone and mud palaces to the agricultural richness of Wadi Hanifa, these travelers documented a region where the built heritage and natural resources are inextricably linked. Their observations reveal a society that, despite its political upheavals, maintained a deep connection to its land, and with architecture that was shaped by the materials available and agriculture sustained by careful irrigation and seasonal rhythms. So throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, these European explorers made their way into the heart of the Arabian Peninsula, and their accounts provide a rich, invaluable resource of the region's architectural, agriculture, and social structures, and focusing on Diriyah, Wadi Hanifa, and the town of Manfur. The observations of George Foster Sadler, William Gifford Palgrave, and Harry St. John Philby, alongside Louis Alexander Oliver de Coretz and Felix Mengen, they offer deep insight into changing fortunes of this location, and that provide detailed descriptions that help us understand the impact of environmental factors, how local resources were used, and historical shifts on architecture and agriculture. And they give us a picture of life in the Najd region at a key moment in its history. So here we can see William Gifford Palgrave, Felix Mengen. I do not have a picture of him, just one of his tombs. And Louise Alexander de Coretz, a self-portrait, is lovely. And George Foster Sadler, as you can see. And of course, I'm sure we all of it know who Harry St. John Philby is, because we recently passed through on the Philby-Rickman's tour there. So amazing people, and we can learn all about what they did. So here I just go into the architecture. Now, sort of one of the key elements described by European travelers is the region's architecture. And as we know, it's heavily influenced by the availability of local materials and the environmental conditions of the Najd. So central to these accounts is Diriyah, cradle of the capital of the first Saudi state, which was obviously fallen in 1818 following the Ottoman Egyptian invasion led by Ibrahim Pasha. But interestingly, the ruins of the city are described in vivid detail by Sadler and later Palgrave, and both offer significant insights into the construction techniques and the urban layout of this once great city. And George Sadler, in his 1818 journey through the region, provides probably one of the most detailed accounts of Diriyah's architecture just before its decline. He describes how the city's buildings were constructed using yellow earth and flat stones, and how the foundations of the walls were made of large stones which were cemented with mud, and the upper walls were constructed primarily of the same earth. So giving these structures their characteristic solidity. And according to Sadler, each layer of the walls was laid down after the previous one had dried. And yet this simple but effective technique was used to build houses that were up to 3 to 4 stories high. And despite the inherent simplicity of this process, the structures were durable and reflected the local environment, conditions, and materials. The yellow earth was used in construction, was a critical resource due to its abundance and its sort of adhesive properties. And Sadler describes this material as found in abundance over all parts of Arabia, specifically in Diriyah, and notes its ability to form a solid mass when mixed with water and dried. He observes that this type of construction did not require much labor beyond that of the family who built the house. So here we give a light insight into how these houses were constructed, and also that we weren't bringing in outside people. It was actually not local artisans, but families who were constructing their own buildings. And while Diriyah's domestic architecture was primarily utilitarian, and it reflected the harsh and limited resources available and the climate, Sadler also notes the city's defensive structures. And he describes a range of towers connected by walls to the western side of the city, and which provided protection on the otherwise exposed flank. And the natural eminence of the terrain, which also plays a significant role in the city's defensive layout, and with parts of Diriyah being built on higher ground, also to avoid the threat of flooding of Wadi Hanifa. The French observer, Correns, my French colleagues, they can correct me on my pronunciation, stationed in the region as consul, complements Sadler's observations with additional detail. So occurrence informed by first-hand accounts records that Diriyah was a city built of stones, underscoring its unique architectural heritage. And he describes construction techniques involving quarried stone for most foundational structures, layered with an earth-mixed rubble in upper sections, which marked Diriyah's distinctiveness in the Niger region. And this approach, according to Karen, not only fortified the buildings, but set the city apart from the Yamamam region, where such extensive stone use was rare. Moving on to Mengen, a temporary French trader, consul, and writer, and he adds further to our understanding of Diriyah's historical and social structure, estimating its population at about 13,000 people, and portraying a city with significant political and religious stature. He clarifies that Diriyah served as both a provincial capital and religious center, comprising notable districts like Tureif and Bujeri, just down the road, and which these areas housed mosques, madrasas, administrative buildings, and all reflecting the authority within the Wahhabi state. And then when William Palgrave visited Diriyah, some 40 years after Sadler, he encountered a city in a far more ruined state. And here, Palgrave's descriptions focus on the desolate grandeur of the city's remains, portraying Diriyah as a magnificent desolation, where ruins of palaces, mosques, and homes stood as silent witness to the city's former power, since no permanent occupation in the area until the second decade of the 20th century. And he describes pillars, arches, and walls that survived time and war, and noted the profound sense of loss that pervaded the site at this time. One of the things is Palgrave, it really struck him. He's particularly struck the remains of Tureif, the district that once housed the palaces of the Saud family and the Great Mosque. And he describes the ruins as forming a picture of battered magnificence, a pillar here, a wall there, a tumbled arch, and a houseless doorway. His poetic description of the city streets, still visible despite the destruction, paints a picture of a once bustling urban center that had been abruptly abandoned. For Palgrave, Diriyah was more than just a city. It was a symbol of the political power whose ruins bore silent testimony to the fortunes of the first Saudi state. And Palgrave's portrayal contrasts quite dramatically with Sadler's more practical observations of Diriyah's architectural techniques, where Sadler's focused on the functionality of the materials in the city's buildings. Palgrave is more interested in the symbolism of the ruins and what they represented. So his description of headless palm trees and broken wells scattered amongst the ruins, it evokes a sense of natural and human destruction, and just highlights the environmental degradation that accompanied Diriyah during 1880. And by the time Harris and John Philby visited Diriyah in the 1918, the city was largely abandoned, with only small villages scattered across the valley. However, Philby's account provides valuable insights into reoccupation of the surrounding area, as well as the enduring significance of the architectural remains of Diriyah. While the palaces and mosques remain deserted, Philby describes the nearby villages of Awad, Malwa, and Alib, where peasants lived in mud huts and cultivated the palm groves that still thrived in the valley. Philby observed that the ruins of Diriyah had not been fully reclaimed by the local population, noting that the palace walls, towers, and mosques of Tureif still stood largely untouched. And he contrasts the magnificent ruins of Diriyah with the humble dwellings of the modern inhabitants, remarking there's absolutely no similarity between the unwalled settlements of mud huts and the city that once dominated the valley. His observations emphasize the continuity of agricultural life in the valley, even as political and urban centers shifted away from Diriyah to nearby Riyadh. Philby's attention to architectural detail, however, includes references to things like the limestone pillars, the corbelled arches, and characterize many of the buildings we see in Diriyah, And he also noticed the scarcity of decorative elements in the construction, reflecting the region's emphasis on functionality over aesthetics. And these simple, sturdy buildings, he comments, constructed from local materials, were well suited to the environmental conditions of the central Najd, where rain and heat pose constant threats to more elaborate architectural designs. So in addition to their observation of architecture, these European travelers like Sadler, Palgrave and Philby also paid close attention to the agricultural practice of Najd. And agriculture was the backbone of the region's economy and played a critical role in shaping its settlements and social structures. And in their accounts, the travelers frequently remarked on the importance of irrigation, the seasonal torrents of the Wadi Hanifa, and the wide variety of crops that are grown in the region, from dates, wheat, to figs and cotton. But one of the most important aspects of life in the Wadi Hanifa Valley is the presence of these torrents that brought water from surrounding mountains down into the valley. And Sadler provides a detailed description of how these torrents, which occurred 4 to 5 times a year during the storms of the winter and spring, would swell the dry valley wadis into a raging river that revived the thirsty soil. These love these comments that these travelers are making. And the arrival of these floods, how critical it was for the agricultural reason, allowing the inhabitants to cultivate dates, wheat, barley, and other crops on an annual basis. Whereas Sadler also notes that the villages surrounding Diriyah were well supplied with water from deep wells, which supplemented the torrents during the dry season. So these wells allowed the farmers to maintain their date plantations and other crops throughout the year, even when the wadi was not in flood. So this system of well irrigation combined with the seasonal floods creates a very complex agricultural infrastructure that sustained life in the valley. And Philby later, he observed similar irrigation techniques, noting that the water from torrents was distributed over the gardens through a system of canals, ensuring that every field received its share of water. He also describes the walled gardens to protect the fields from the harsh desert winds, and the clever use of wells to irrigate the land even in the hottest months of summer. And Philby's observations highlight the enduring importance of agricultural engineering in Najd, where water was scarce and every drop had to be managed extremely carefully. In addition to the dates, which is clear, were one of the most important crops of the region, the European travelers also document a wide variety of fruits, vegetables, grains that were cultivated in the Wadi Hanifa Valley. And Sadler, for instance, observed that even after the devastation caused by Ottoman invasion, the valley still produced figs, grapes, pomegranates, apricots, melons, and even cotton for the textile industry. And he also noted that peaches and watermelons are cultivated in the valley, providing a very diverse range of fruits for the local population. It's just the richness of Wadi Hanifa is amazing here. As Palgrave also emphasizes again this agricultural wealth of the region and describes how the palm groves of Diriyah once produced fine dates alongside other Mediterranean fruits like apricots and peaches, and he notes that the valley's gardens were filled with fruit trees and vegetable patches. And he even remarks on the cultivation of wheat and barley in the fields that were surrounding the villages. And these crops, of course, were vital for the sustenance of the local population. And there again, their abundance speaks to the fertility of the valley's soils. And again, as we move on to Philby, who provides further details on the harvest season, he describes how the wheat and barley crops are harvested in spring with oxen used to thresh the grain before it was winnowed. He also notes how they grew lucerne, a type of fodder crop which was grown to feed the region's livestock, particularly camels and horses. And it then goes on to describe this diverse agricultural system, which is sustained by the combination of irrigation, seasonal floods. It just allowed the inhabitants of Wadi Hanifa to maintain a self-sufficient economy, even in times of turmoil. And again, the agricultural practice of Najd also had a profound impact on the social structures of the region. And Sadler, for instance, notes the presence of outlying farmhouses, which are only inhabited during winter and spring when the wheat and barley are planted and harvested. And these seasonal settlements reflect the close relationship between agriculture and settlement patterns, with farmers moving between villages and fields depending on the agricultural calendar. Philby also remarks on the role of women, mentioning how, especially during the agricultural economy, and particularly during the harvest season, and he describes how women from the poorer classes were often seen working in the fields, helping to gather the crops, glean the fields after the harvest. And this involvement of women in agriculture speaks to the communal nature of farming in the region, where every member of the family and the community had a role to play in ensuring the success of the harvest. So just going on to Diriyah's historical and political context, when we're looking at these accounts of European travelers, they also provide a political and historical framework for understanding the changes that occurred during the Najd, specifically during the 19th century, particularly during the time of Diriyah in the 1818. And as the capital of the first Saudi state, Diriyah was a symbol of political and religious authority, but with its fall in 1818 marked a sort of end of an era, so to speak. And Sadler's account, written just after the Ottoman-Egyptian invasion, provides a vivid portrait of the destruction wrought on Diriyah by Ibrahim Pasha's forces. And he describes how the city's walls were destroyed, its date plantations demolished, and its houses were left in ruins. According to Sadler, the palaces of Turaif, once a resident of the Saud family, were reduced to ruins, and that the population of the city had either fled or been killed. Whereas Palgrave, his later account, describes not a living soul appeared in the once great city, and how the ruins of palaces, mosques, and homes stood as a mute witness to the city's tragic fall. While Sadler and Palgrave focused on the destruction of Diriyah, Philby offers a much more optimistic view of the city's legacy. And he notes that while Turaif remained in ruins, the surrounding villages and farmhouses had begun to recover. And he notes how the peasants were reoccupying the valley and again cultivating the palm groves that sustained the city for centuries. And Philby's account again reflects the sort of resilience of the region's inhabitants, who had managed to rebuild their lives even after Diriyah's destruction. And Philby sees this Diriyah's architecture as a symbol of the region's cultural continuity, and noting how the limestone pillars and the mud brick walls of the city had endured despite the passage of time. For Philby, Diriyah's ruins were not just a reminder of the city's fall, but a testament to the enduring strength of the Najdi people and their ability to adapt and thrive in a harsh and unforgiving environment. As you see, the accounts of Sadler, Palgrave, and Philby offer a comprehensive picture of agriculture, architecture, and social structure of the Najd during a period of profound change. From the palaces and defensive walls of Diriyah to the seasonal floods and irrigation channels of Wadi Hanifa, these travelers documented a society that was deeply connected to its environment and its resources. Despite the destruction of Diriyah and the political upheavals of the 19th century, the agricultural wealth of the region and the resilience of its people ensured that life continued, even in the face of adversity. One other thing I mention here is exploration. With these travelers, they laid the groundwork for further exploration, leading to some of the first European archaeological expeditions. Like 40 years later, after Philby's travel, the Belgians, Rijkmans and his sons Jacques and Philippe Lippens embarked on the Rijkmans-Lippens expedition from 1951 to 1952, which was guided by Harris and John Philby. As a trusted advisor to King Abdulaziz ibn Saud, Philby used his position to explore central and southern deserts extensively in the 1930s. An expedition that covered over 5,500 kilometers and documented approximately 12,000 inscriptions and rock art across Saudi Arabia's western, southern, and central regions. And again, this expedition adds a significant layer of archaeological understanding, not only in terms of Diriyah and in terms of that, but in terms of Saudi Arabia generally in this area. And it's also that these type of explorations, specifically this one, they provide some of the first and most comprehensive views we have of rock art in the region. Indeed, it is the notes that were taken during this expedition that allowed Anati, a prominent rock art scholar, to actually provide one of the largest and most comprehensive rock art volumes that we have, and just from the photographs of this expedition. So as we see, these early European explorers, they really did provide us a lot of detail with regards not only to Diriyah, but the wider environment here. So thank you again for your time, and I'll happily answer any questions you may have. No questions.
نجدد الترحيب بكم جميعا وأهلا وسهلا. نشكر للباحث ما قدمه من معلومات ثرية. والآن مع ورقة مختلفة جدا. هذه الورقة تتعمق في الثقافة السعودية التي لا يكاد يخلو بيت من المملكة العربية السعودية إلا وتعرض لهذه الثقافة المهمة والتي تعكس إرث وثقافة هذه البلاد، وهي القهوة السعودية. نتساءل دائما عن عادات هذه القهوة وماذا تعني من الناحية غير المادية. لن نتحدث إطلاقا عن نوع القهوة وأين تزرع وكيف تزرع وأنواعها وتاريخها الذي أثار جدلا مؤخرا، خصوصا في عام القهوة، من أين انطلقت، جدلا إيجابيا بحثيا. الحديث اليوم عن لماذا نلحظ أن المجلس قد يكون فيه أحيانا 40 دلة قهوة، وعدد الضيوف يمكن ما يتجاوز أصلا 40، ولكنها موجودة على قدمها وتراثها. لماذا سقف هذا المكان عالي؟ ما وراء هذه العادات من هذه الفناجيل؟ هل يصب كاملا، نصفه، بعضه؟ ماذا يعني أيضا من الناحية اللغوية؟ كثير من الثقافات عندما تؤدي الثقافة تؤديها على ناحية تعكس تراث ونفسية هذا المجتمع. على سبيل المثال في أبحاث اللغويات الاجتماعية يقولون أن هناك ما يسمى بالconversation opener، أي فاتحة المحادثة. تجد في المجتمعات الغربية فاتحة المحادثة غالبا ما تكون مجاملة، أي أنه يقول لك مثلا nice t-shirt، nice watch. هو في الحقيقة لا يمدح، هو في الحقيقة يريد أن يبتدئ محادثة. بينما من يتعرض لمثل هذه التعبيرات من المجتمع الشرقي يظن فعلا أنه يمدح فيشكره، يقول له thank you. نفس الشيء في المجالس السعودية، عندما يسأل عن الأهل والأحباب ويعيد هذا مرة ومرتين و10 مرات، هو في الحقيقة يريد أن يبادلك في الأحاديث ولا يسأل فعلا. فتجده يقول كيف حالك، شلونك، وش أخبارك، عساك طيب، شلون أهلك، شلون الأهل، شلونكم، وش أخبارك، عساك طيب، فيعيدها. لو ترجمت هذه إلى الثقافة الغربية لأصبح هذه الترجمة غير مفهومة. نفس الشيء القهوة هي مفتاح للتعارف في المجالس السعودية ورمز للكرم فيها. عنوان هذه الدراسة: الفنجال رسول السلام، نظرة بانورامية لمجالس القهوة السعودية، يقدمها الباحث والأستاذ عبد الله بن كليب برعاية هيئة التراث. فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. حوارنا اليوم إن شاء الله بيكون عن الفنجال رسول السلام، نظرة بانورامية لمجالس القهوة السعودية. هذا الفنجال الذي يصافح كفيك بعدما أن تصافح الضيوف سواء كانوا من الرجال أو النساء. هذا الفنجال الذي ينتمي إليك عندما تدخل هذا المجلس الذي ينتمي كله إلى صاحب المضيف. بحول الله تعالى سنتحدث عن القيم والساس والاحتفاء والفراسة والمكانة والتجارة وما قبل القهوة، ثم سنختتم بعناصر التراث الثقافي غير المادي المسجلة
heritage
على
recorded, with UNESCO site. Well, let's talk about the values, generosity and hospitality. Well, actually, the value of generosity and hospitality are closely connected to Arabs and also to the reception or the sitting room where we talk about today. Well, actually, this sitting room, well, we talk about coffee, about the latest news. Well, can have also we hold seminars, organize conferences. Also, we provide solutions for issues and also give answers to questions. And also, ties and relationships are made, and also some values in terms of maintaining morals and good conduct known for the trader. Well, Abu Tamam. Well, that's a verse from Arabic poetry that says this, that poetry, well, actually is the beauty of the setting will not be complete unless in the presence of coffee. Well, this word asas, which means the baseline, or let's say the foundation, that's the design of coffee sitting rooms or majlis. Let's give a brief introduction about the coffee sitting rooms. They are known actually that they are put at the forefront of the house, and they receive, of course, due attention to welcome guests, and they are served by the, let's say, and decorated well, and also provided with refreshments. And many travelers describe the settings who visit Saudi Arabia in modern history. Well, how the functionality of the coffee sitting room in terms of solving problems to people seeking advice when you have your own majlis, and so you have good relationships with others. It's good for him to deal and address challenges and causes and facilitate things to the society. Also, these settings, also they play an important role in sustaining culture. Actually, it is our gateway for young generations. Through this majlis, through these settings, young generations, they listen to different nationalities, countries. They have some idea about knowledge, about the others, about trade, about geographic features, about weather. And so this sitting room, this majlis, is actually the gateway to young generations to know the whole world. If you can find somebody at that point of time that most of the dreams cherished by any society, by emerging society, it is due to listening to stories narrated in these majlises, these sitting rooms. Well, actually, they are known the standard or robust and sober language, and also the values narrated by poetry. It is available there. It is often translated into practice in these sitting rooms. And these sitting rooms, actually, the first test for young generations, actually, when they are allowed to talk in front of the guests, or allowed to present coffee, to serve coffee, to play the role, his social role in the society. Also, we'll talk about the architecture point of sitting rooms, this majlis, how they were built or designed in this area, in this region. Well, actually, the coffee majlis were known for the design to raise the standards of comfort for those who come. Let's actually, the ceiling is high, which actually, of course, allows for the movement of air, and let's say it has some windows, big windows, let's say confronted by small windows, actually, that allows the cycle of life to make ventilation. And if you allow me, let's say if you would like to make some tests, some experiments, well, let's say that you put your right palm and you blow some air. You see it's hot air. But if you do the same, let's say, if we'd like to make it smaller at a certain level, you will find that the weather is cold. So this percentage should be available actually at coffee majlis, in the way that the movement of the air in a certain speed and a certain architectural ratio will allow to be cold whatever the air coming to the room is hot. Through this experiment, you can know how far the windows in one side big, and on the other side they are small, and also the ceiling is at a certain level that makes it affordable for moving the air. Also, the majlis is known, let's say, 3 steps lower to, let's say, to save the heat and to store the heat. So let's say in winter we can store and capture the heat of the room in the place, and also in summer during the evening and night the room loses this temperature, and so they got cool, and so they are going to be cool during the day. This capture of air, normally either you descend, it's called the rooms, or let's say or have some 3 steps up, not down, higher than the surface of the earth. Well, some coffee settings are designed in 2 different ways. Some of them actually it's a summer place, and so it has some one place for the summer and one more that's called winter, as it is. It depends on the direction of. It depends, of course, upon the energy available. Well, here, well, let's say the hospitality and warm welcome, the tradition of hospitality. Well, I think that this we cannot actually avoid the theater as with its current identity, but that the intangible elements, cultural elements, and how they were deployed and employed, they were actually a theater. Al-Najdi Arda, that's the folklore dance, is in itself a theater. Preparing coffee in front of the guests and talking to the guests is a theater. It has something to do with the theater. It has a plot, action, smell, feelings, and so the host wants you to reach a certain climax of feelings. You are welcomed, and you deserve it. Well, this celebration, let's say celebrating the honor of having this guest, is in itself a purpose, and so it looks like a theater or a scene. Let's say when the entrance of the village or a town, let's say the plateau from the courtyard, from the mosque, when the dignitaries, they send some people looking for strangers in the town to invite them to drink coffee and be welcomed in the majlis. Once they enter to the majlis, the culture opens its doors to him. Let's say starting this celebration, this ritual. They hear these welcoming remarks, and mentioning they describe their feelings about the guests, and so they choose the best types of timber or wood, and then they bring and the coffee beans that are grounded by the grounder, and while telling stories to the guest, to the point that they stop, because the grinding beans might be, let's say, for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, while moving this coffee grinding till the tranquility of the self, and now then taking the coffee to this place or where it receives more grinding, but with a music that has some social significance and connotations, starting with this tin tin tin. Here, from the tranquility to comfort, then to music and cordiality. From this rhythm, you listen, let's say, to the vaporization of water, the smell of coffee, smell of saffron, and serving this coffee till they are poured into this jug. That might be, of course, the number of jugs that prove to the guest we are able to serve you, and it's quite easy for them. So let's say sometimes we have 58 jug or jar. Either it is inherited, and he is actually well versed into hospitality, and he's quite generous, and the guest actually is most welcomed without any heavy price. Now there's some stories told and narrated about the story of this date, and the small cups, they extend the relationship between the guest and the host, making the relation more intimate. And so this ritual is pleasing to both parties. Well, actually, for the third chapter, it might be take all the time, but let's make it short and cut it short. Let's say the insight to read the habits of coffee. Well, actually, coffee carries and conveys different messages that are untold in the way that let's say when you, the cup itself to pour and fill it to the full or half. All these are messages. How the guest receives this cup to drink it, or let's say abstains from taking the coffee to declare a certain attitude or standpoint. Let's say once it's over, is he going to shake the cup or not? So there are some many habits and rituals. If there is some sound, let's say the sound of cups, it has another message conveyed. One of the untold messages, let's say between the guest, between the host and his family members, there is certain tone and rhythm of coffee beans, and let's say makes a timeline to serve the coffee from the beginning till the end. Well, these told messages, including cups, and now quite known, that the first one is that taken by the host himself to show that this coffee is on high quality. He has to test before serving the guest. And also the first cup given to the guest that shows his position in terms of age, in terms of social status or generosity. Arabs actually were different in terms of who receives the first cup. There are 5 categories, and let's say 5 categories of age. Let's say those who is generous, the first one to serve, maybe the senior or the elderly, to cover all the categories. And also the cup, the third cup, that's for to enjoy and to be satisfied with the hospitality. Let's say the sitting room for traders and commercials. Well, these actually sitting rooms or majlises, they play an important role and basic role in terms of the town or village trade. In these settings, well, we have this financial coverage, we can have the dialogue, this distribution of trade in terms of portion, in terms of bounties, in terms of caravans, and also the caravans, they report back to these majlis. Also, the tangible trade majlis or sitting rooms, they should be fortified. They have to afford goods, accommodate goods. Some of sitting areas are they can accommodate camels, and also they can allow to receiving guests. And of course, these sitting rooms or these majlises, they are able to deal with the commercial issues and solve it and settle disputes and set a deal and agree on the dates of caravans. So the coffee was not only they changed they say a way to exchange ideas and knowledge. Number 7, we talk about whether these hospitality before coffee. Well, actually, Arabs, they bragged about hospitality long time ago, and so they had these celebrations and buildings. But actually, before the coffee is served, it was actually milk, beef, and dates, and it's called mathlutha. That's a Saudi. Let's say hospitality should have 3 items out of these 4 items in terms of food and drinks. Well, number 8 is the elements of intangible heritage associated with coffee majlis or the coffee sitting rooms. The coffee sitting rooms, it was actually recorded in 2015, and that's for intangible heritage. It's a cultural space that might be under a tree, maybe, or let's say a majlis, full-fledged sitting room, decorated with cushions and pillows, as it was in the file, because let's say there are more than one country in this file. Well, what distinguishes this setting is the social role played by that majlis in terms of social, political, cultural, and economical aspects, and normally it is big enough to absorb all the community members to be in one place. Also, the Saudi coffee is a symbol of generosity. To serve the Saudi coffee is one of the important aspects of hospitality in Saudi Arabia. And it is, let's say, since its planting till it is served in cups to the guests. It's a long journey, and it is considered as the main element in coffee sitting rooms or majlises, accompanied by a number of traditions and habits associated with coffee. Also, the palm trees were connected to Saudi coffee in a way that when you serve dates, well, actually, to eat dates, let's say, when you eat it, let's say, separately, we have this al-jai and the dates and other items. These palm trees has its own roots in being associated with the coffee majlises in terms of its position, role, food. Also the file of this textile was also included in 2022 to represent the intangible heritage of Saudi Arabia that can be used actually in building houses from here. And finally, also the Khulani coffee, that's the knowledge related to agriculture in 2022 as the intangible heritage. These practices were known actually from one generation to another, and this palm tree actually is distinguished actually across the globe in terms of taste. Most of the countries, they keen to have this Khulani coffee as the character of this coffee and the taste of the character. Thank you. Thank you for your listening. Thank you so much for this informative presentation for the intangible heritage associated with Saudi coffee, especially the culture of cups and other details. I would like us to ask you about some of the items related to cups and in terms of, for instance, this grinding machine you know that the coffee culture actually is associated with many items. Of course, the jug, or let's say also the grinder, plays an important role in making coffee. And of course, we have different symbols. Of course, the made of copper, but some regions in the Arabian Peninsula, there are different types of grinders. Let's say some of them are made of stones, and so the symbol of the copper grinder, is it made the same with the grinder made of stone? Because you know it's the use is very limited in, let's say, after the disappearance of grinder made of woods, it can be moved. I just wanted that's the grinders made of stone have the same culture as, let's say, of the copper ground in terms of inviting neighbors. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for this question. And as far as the tools or of grinding coffee beans, or Diriyah, as the stone tool, and of course actually in Najd, whether it is, let's say, in the upper part or south part of Najd, but actually as a tool and representation in Majlis, this stone grinder was there in the folklore, in bringing this from different areas, and also for the ornaments that show the ability of the host. But actually they were not represented in terms of their sound. Let's say the grinder has different names, and many names has been given to the metal grinder. But An-Nigela actually was known for the ornaments, for the ability of the guests to bring it from different regions, and the material is different actually from the hand of grinder and its spoon. So each one of them has its own unique feature and characteristics. But of course, undoubtedly, the coffee grinder actually helped much in serving coffee, because they have the same legacy, or let's say the glory, in terms of poetry, verses. Each part of them, whether a grinder made of copper or grinder made of stone, same. Well, the relationship you mentioned in your informative presentation between the concept of coffee and especially when, as if it is as a space for, let's say, when you reject the coffee that might some political or social dimensions. Is there any famous historical incident, or is it for the value of coffee? Let's say that's one of the questions. The second question, you talked about the relation between the sitting room. What about the sitting rooms for women? Because the sitting rooms actually with all the Gulf countries, even in Saudi Arabia, they are known, let's say, they are very generous in terms of serving coffee. Are there any techniques or styles in this? Thank you. Thank you. Well, of course, that informative. It seems to me that I didn't dwell on this point. Well, first, the historical scenes, starting by accepting the invitation to let's say a guest. When you are out of the sitting room, you have full control. Once you get in, you are a captive. or you are, let's say if if they ask you to have coffee, you have to do. To sit down, you have to do. So if you reject the invitation, it's quite costly, and it makes a big deal for the guest. He's going to do everything possible to serve you well and accept his hospitality. Hopefully well, the second question, well, actually, yes. One of the areas in my presentation I dropped, yes, of course, women have their own important role in coffee sitting rooms, and there is not a single sitting room that will take a decision, will not be, let's say, unless women are there. If they have some female issue, for instance, they have their own sitting rooms, and they send an emissary, let's say, that this decision actually, they ask you for this advice or opinion. And for each woman actually is known for its tribe's name, the name of of her tribe, and so it has a certain title talking on behalf of all women in that tribe. One of the habits for women, let's say, I know that we run out of time. They when they put some incense in like amber in the cups in a different way from those from that smell in the cups offered to men. And also some women also, they bring their own cups, and even, let's say, it's a long time, they bring their own her own cup. There is a big number of habits associated with women in their majlises, and they were documented. Thank you.
طيب منذ حقيقة قد هذا التقديم
الجميل. There's a presentation, Dr. Bander, for this poetry. So it's a different presentation. Thank you for what you presented. Let's say it's interesting ideas about an anthropological issue to humanity, and of course has its own uniqueness for the local community. I have one more comment, not a question. You were very good when you connected, let's say, coffee with humans. It has a symbol, as if it's going to be a collaborative equilibrium. When I can't actually, let's say, when think about Muhammad al-Thibeti, with some verse, there's some poems, let's say, some poetry and verses about the glory of coffee. And so let's say it seems that the nation is incarnated and represented in coffee cup in a way that I would like just to end my comment on a daily, every day we start our day with coffee. Why? This ritual, human beings may realize that life deserves all the trouble we have to take. Well, thank you all. Let's say we have to get back. Well, these participants actually, once again we start with poetry about the coming session. That's a verse about saying goodbye to somebody, about a horse as let's say from some in. It's quite impossible for an interpreter to translate this folklore. It's quite cultural specific, and of course, this fine art. We started with Okaz market. Now we are going to talk about Diriyah and about Yamama, about their market, their, let's say, from Hellenistic age, and also to the Al-Yamama history. Then we have some question. What did this market present, and what are the methods? We have, let's say, we have two different scholars. They started actually talking about old ages or ancient times. That's why we have this limitless knowledge. The benchmarks are very good. So this panel will be, let's say, the roots of trade in Al-Yamama, let's say, presented, moderated and presented by Professor Dr. Abdullah Abdul Jabbar, scholar in the old history of Arabian Peninsula at King Saud University. It's my pleasure, of course, to be here and to present my colleague, Professor Muhammad Jad Sindh, from a graduate of Johns Hopkins University, specialized in the Roman studies. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Hopefully this would be the best to conclude with these 2 days. Well, it's an excellent organization. We have to thank them. Hopefully our presentation will be very light to you. What is the roots of trade in the Arabian Peninsula? One of the elements, very important elements, that are the cornerstone to understand the history of the Arabian Peninsula, whether, let's say, in terms of politics, economy, or the social dimension. When you know these roots of trades, their impact, the factors that have control, is a very important one. Not only because that this the Arabia is an important center in the Arabian, but just because the nature of the population available here. Well, let's say if there is some of them actually they are moving all the time. It's nomad activities. They are not integrated, that is to say. But so whoever studies and investigates these routes of trade, he finds it's very important, and the volume is big, and of course it requires deep studies and thorough examination. That's why I chose this one about only Al-Yamama province and the routes of trade between Hellenistic age and the latest years of the ancient times, just to cover some aspects, due to the fact that the scientific material is very big. That's why we study the roots of trades. That's we are going to depend, let's say, the scholar should depend what kind of sources. We are not actually limited to ancient sources, whether they're archaeological or writings, but we have to get back to the Islamic resources and also modern sources to make to strike a comparison. Through this comparison, we can deduce the impact of these routes, whether they were actually have their impact, especially when we know that the Arabia, since a long time, did not change in terms of topography, in terms of environment. The ecological impacts were the same, maybe till the end of the 19th century, because there is no internal or external effect. Before I start my slides, I will give a short background, let's say half page, all that we are going to talk about in terms of history. And then we will talk about the factors affecting routes of trade in Al-Yamama province. Normally, when we start, when we talk about ancient history, it starts with Jadis Tosun kingdoms. We know that they date back to the beginnings of before Christ. Some scholars, they associate with Hellenistic era, but actually, according to, let's say, most of the narratives to the before Christ. Why shouldn't we get back to the history of Al-Yamama? Are there any precautions when you find that some comparisons that can be support this thing? Maybe this, I'd like to review this comparison. That's it. Well, when they talked about when they talked about the Assyrian history, when we talk about Assyrians, they were very active at the end of the 19th century, and what we know were, let's say, these when let's say they managed actually to get some benefit. Let's say, for instance, in he mentioned that he got a big volume of incense. Let's see. We can actually, this was continued actually in the Babylon when that's actually might not be suitable actually to deal with this for, let's say, to this in that time. Well, when we deal with the classical period, we have this attention given by
about the Hellenistic kingdoms like the Batman and the Saluki also kingdom, which was keen to dominate the peninsula or the ways of trade. If we wanted to know more, we can say that through the archaeology and other resources, we can say that it is a classic model in the Arabic Peninsula, where you compare what you find whether in the southern area of the peninsula or in the middle of it, like Al-Fank, or in the east, like Al-Jarha, or other areas. We find that these models are similar, so we find that there's a lot of similarity between them. The strange thing about this is that you will find in Al-Faw till you get to Al-Jarha, you don't find a big center. You don't find a big center. So is that possible that all these centers were not there at all? So I think that the archaeological work needs some more work to be done. So so that to do that during different periods. I don't want to be too long. When we talk about Al-Yamama location, it's very important for us to see it in here, like in the map. This is the Al-Yamama, where the mountain of Twake is there. Let's see this. Let's see the next map. It could be probably clearer. Yes. This is the region of Al-Yamama. These are five parts from Tihama, Al-Hijaz, Najd, and this is Yamama, then Al-Bahrain. Then after that comes the desert, Al-Jazir, Al-Khali, or Dahma. So it is very important. Before I talk about it, I'd like to talk about the importance of Al-Yamama. There are a lot of, reasons to talk about Yamama, especially in the area before the Prophet, may peace be upon him, Rasulullah, the Prophet of Allah said, he said that I saw myself that I'm gonna immigrate to a place where a lot of palm trees. I thought it was Yamama or Hajar, but I migrated to Al-Madinah. So when we are talking about other proofs from the near Islamic proofs, when he says very nice poem that Al-Yamama just looks like like a sword that will make enemies fearful. So there are some texts here. Hogarth in his book going through the Arabic Peninsula. So I go back to Mr. Alaskar. So the little towns are so important, like big cities like Rome. So Latium. So these through comparisons you can see that there are a theory could be built. All Islamic resources or sources actually talks about Al-Waqi, Al-Harbi, Al-Yamami. All of them compared with Al-Kufa, Dimashq, Al-Kufa, and other metropolitan places. So maybe you are. If we want to talk about Al-Yamama, so these maps could show, in fact, the region of Al-Yamama. Al-Yamama, it is not as we see it right now, like on the left, the left side here of Yamama. So this is the district of Al-Yamama and for Adwadmi and Al-Afif, but like there are a lot of doctors, Abdullah Saif, etc., say Dwadmi and Afif are not apart from Al-Yamama. So, but it starts from Thwairat and Zilfi until it goes to the Wadi Ad-Dawasir or Valley of Ad-Dawasir until it ends in the Rob al-Khali or empty fourth. Some of them call it the south of Najd. It doesn't consist from Yemen, but it includes Al-Urud and Al-Bahrain. Also, besides that, there are some other parts of Al-Yamama that we don't want to talk about right now. But there's a very important point here for the position, which I wanted to mention as a proof or as evidence. So Ibn Bakri says that it is a part of Al-Yamama. So Al-Yamama is very centric, and it is very important for the other places around it. Since Al-Yamama region is very important for the whole peninsula. It was about 15 days from Mecca and Najran and Basra and 10 days from Al-Bahrain. Excuse me. So it is in the middle of the of different places, as I mentioned. So I don't want to talk about some other divisions. One of the most important things here about the Imam that it consists from 3 series of mountains. The Tuwaiq mountains, then Al-Ard, then mountains of Al-Yamama sometimes, as mentioned, and Al-Bayad, the mountain that is into the east, and also Al-Arama that is in that place. So the important point that I'd like to emphasize here is that these mountains, so when you study the book, when they are mentioning Najd and the western area, we find that it is a plain land. In fact, it doesn't limit it by any other thing. No mountains, no nothing, no valleys, nothing. So I think Al-Imam is vice versa. Probably as has been mentioned, these mountains have given it actually immunity, natural immunity. Al-Jarir and Al-Mutanabbi, two poets, they were talking about these mountains through having a big flare on the head of the mountains, on the top of the mountains.
This is the main part and main element, I guess, with the importance of Al-Yamama province. Why? Because we find that actually there are 43 main valleys documented by authors. It's quite enough to say that one of these valleys, that's Al-Ard Valley, actually ends in 300 valleys. All these valleys, they give richness to Al-Yamama province, where we are going to deal with. Well, of course, I left some names. Let's see, Wadi Hanifa. That will be dealt with by my colleague, Dr. Sayyid Jad. Also, Wadi Hanaf in Al-Aflaj, Ambari, some other valleys in Sudair, and Wadi Marach in Zulfi. All these valleys are, let's say, production areas, and also they are considered as crossing areas for trades that penetrates Al-Yamama. The other point we would like to deal with is that's the sources of my study. Possibly the order of sources as chronological order, but I may change this order. Well, let's say about the Islamic sources. I don't think that I'm not going to say something new about the Islamic sources, but the Islamic sources are encyclopedic in nature, and they have a lot of information that can be used in striking and drawing comparisons. We cannot actually write the history of the Arabia, the ancient history of the Arabia, without these Islamic sources. So there are a big number of authors and historians that dealt with this point. Now we come to the second element, that's the travelers' books. And also these writings, actually, they are encyclopedic in nature, and there are some studies how we can make use of these writings in terms of ancient history. I don't like to mention actually specific names, but there are many authors that they wrote about the ancient history of the Arabia, and they also translated inscriptions, Duftana Sylvanik or Bookhart, and some other items. Even those who actually, Speley, he mentioned the Al-Yamama. As for my research, actually, there is no single author, a book that has no mention, description of routes penetrating the Arabia. All of these authors and books, they followed the authors that rendered a detailed description of the Arabia. One of the mentioned by Sadler, this actually one of the interesting points he mentioned when he met one of the elderly in Manfuha city, he was surprised when he asked about with the weather. I am old enough to have Turkish and European weather in my city, as well as having rains in the summer, which means that there is some rains. One of the books I found it's very important for the traveler's book is the guideline or the guide of roads by King Abdulaziz Foundation, and of course it has been made by the British intelligence, and it's an important source of this study. And actually the authors of that book, actually they made use of the writings of the travelers. It has been issued in 1817, and also they made use of the Islamic sources and the local community. And so there are many methods, every method actually moving from one place to another. Many options, many choices for the same route. And so of course it's not well, actually to provide whether what is there in these routes in terms of water, number of population. And so these studies with about the routes in Arabia drew a comparison with the Islamic sources available, let's say 10 decades ago. That's why they are important. Once again, I say that this change, we can actually take this the description of the routes as the continuation. And so, let's say 3,000 years, let's say from the beginning of Al-Yamama, we can come now to the classical sources. Of course, they were mentioned in the books of ancient history. We can depend, but actually the classic sources, the information is limited. They were not actually as profound as the Islamic sources or the travelers' books, in a way that they were not eyewitnesses. All the information either by narration or, let's say, through different narrators. Let's say some Strabon, who somebody claimed that he came to the Arabia, but actually he didn't. The classical authors did not mention the province of Yamama. The only reference when they mentioned Judist, when some people tried to make a connection between Judist and Judist, why they were not mentioned, especially when we find that some authors, they talked about the transfer of trade from different kingdoms to Al-Batra in the north through the Arabia. So what were the routes of trades they have? There should be through the middle of the Arabia. It's impossible actually to go through from the south to the north without getting into the central region. One more point I would like to mention connected to the classical poets about the minerals. The minerals, they mentioned a lot. They talked a lot about the minerals, and that the Arabia in some areas is full of gold, whether let's say near their houses. Well, they refer to that the resources are there, let's say, on the coast, like gold and silver. But when you follow the geological surveys, of course, it is not there. Most of the mines are found at the plateau of Najd, whether it is in Medina, and we will mention some evidence for this. Of course, just to give illustrations about mining, they mentioned the number of gold mines. It's a mineral like olive. Well, also they mentioned one more reference about the volume of the caravans. You know, they mentioned the caravans in Yamama that coming, let's say, to Al-Batra and Yukokomi, that were, they resembled them to camels. And one of the things they mentioned that the cost of one camel, well, let's say from the southern part of Arabia to the north, that will cost 688 gold dinar, Romanian dinar. Of course, that of course gives an indication about the expenditure through this journey. Well, of course, we can we talk about the agriculture. I think everybody knows the importance of Al-Yamama in terms of trade and commerce. Agriculture, it is known for dates and let's say, and they mentioned actually dates, a famous brand, dates of Yamama, having a high price. They mentioned also some grains developed and grown in Al-Yamama. The point I would like to mention is that what about the number of population in Al-Yamama before the Islamic invasion? You know that from one of the invasions, let's say 24,000 died. Let's say the most important point that when we draw a comparison, they mentioned the immigrations going with the Islamic battles to other countries. Let's say after the departure of Alexander the Great from Macedonia and Greece, some writings mentioned that after a certain time, the disappearance of some towns and villages due to the immigration. I don't exclude this point. It's possible. Let's say one of the caliphs, Umar ibn Khattab, the second caliph, he sent a number of Tamim to settle in the valley where in Wadi Hanifa, whether they were killed or they immigrated to another party. Also Muawiyah in the Umayyad dynasty, he sent 4,000 soldiers. And some narratives. The point here is that we can guess that Al-Yamama province, there was, let's say, it was a few in number of population before Islam compared to the period right after the rise of Islam. I think this is one of the suggestions we can recommend more studies. As far as Mayans, I think I'm running out of time. I have to be the moderator actually. Well, let me skip. Let's say the Al-Yamama markets. These are the routes. Before these routes, I would like to mention that are some markets for Al-Yamama. The mines, the minerals. Let's say in the minerals that existed in Al-Yamama province. It's very important. But to give an indication about how rich the province was. The Al-Yamama markets, the number of markets like Hajar Yamama, different names of markets, scores of names. Let's say one of them actually depended only for the gold trading. One of the Muslim historians, he mentioned that one of the caravans was named at this market, a market of gold. We should not, of course, guess that these routes of trade, I tried to make an inventory of, like Oman route. Names might be different. Let's say Al-Judi or Al-Hat al-Yamama, different names. To the extent that poetry, well, let's say, and now he's reciting a poem about places. I think it's quite challenging to give a full account of the points I have. But this point of we have to draw a comparison between the factors affecting the roots and the local resources, the local mines in the past, and so the stops we find. Also, we have to study them in full. Well, Al-Yamama, that point of time, let's say the 7th or 8th century before Christ, it was not far away from, or it was an isolation of all the surrounding provinces. Thank you. Once again, now I give the floor to my colleague, to Sayyid Jad, to present his presentation. Sorry. And then, of course, most merciful, first I would like to express my thanks the event organizer to come today and to give presentation about Wadi Hanifa. Was the warm welcome, the hospitality, and all the good organization of this event. Also, I would like to send my thanks to my colleague, my close friend, Professor Abdullah Al-Abd Jabbar, who introduced me to this seminar. And also, I have to thank him for many things. It's actually difficult for me. Also, it's quite difficult for you because the time. I'm talking about Wadi Hanifa. After 2 days of panel discussions and presentations about Wadi Hanifa, and also it's to give me just a short time to conclude our talk, but I'll do my best actually that I try to facilitate the point to focus on a specific point. I'm going to talk about a main point in a way that we give the room for discussion, for questions. The topic is that Wadi Hanifa, as that's the road of silver between trade and politics. The point behind is that at the end of the ancient times, he received an important significance parallel to the road in the western area of the Arabia. And I would like also to make it clear that there were many strong ties between Al-Yamama and its bound peripherals, let's say from south to the north of the Arabia. I would like to focus also about the impact of the political conditions in the Arabia on the trade and commerce in that area, and also that also is clear in the inscriptions and the literary sources and the archaeological excavations. They study all this from my perspective, that the Wadi Hanifa was not isolated from the surrounding environment, and also it was not also isolated from the political events surrounding it. I would like to start with a saying to the dean of the Arabia, Daniel Potts, when he mentioned that about one of the articles, we must not think about the Arabia's people as it is arid areas with the roots that have water. And instead of this, the impression we have after reading after part of the traveler's book in the Arabia in the last 2 centuries, it was a chess board that always we can have, let's say, to reach any point through a limitless number of routes depending on the conditions of the journey and the circumstance of the journey. Why? Of course, he is a well-known scholar, and it was mentioned in an article to study the routes penetrating the Arabia in before Islam. That's Trans-Arabian routes in the pre-Islamic period. This article gives a historical dimension from, let's say, from Dr. Abdul Jabbar when we talked about trades through the Arabian Peninsula in ancient times. In addition to what is mentioned by Potts, we can actually stress one more point that we can also stress one more point that all the trade routes in ancient times, they passed through the Arabian Peninsula, whether they were maritime routes or land routes, or it is associated with trade mediation or with the trade itself. We can roughly mention the most important routes, the Incense Road, also the Silk Road, and here we can also mention the Silver Road between Yemen and the Euphrates and the Persian area. Well, the the maps of the roads mentioned by many scholars, they underscore and stress this point. You know that we have the maps made by Potts, let's say between the 4th and the 5th centuries before Christ, about the Arabia. We have the slides by Selland about the circles of trade centers in the 1st century Anno Domini, and also the 2nd and the 3rd centuries Anno Domini. We notice here that in the slide you see right now. Also, we can mention Selland maps about the increase of maps in about the Arabia, and well, actually, we have these literary sources that help us. When we get to these literary sources, we find them, that's coming late in a way, but they combine together that because these people actually, they were very interested in the resources of the Arabia, and also people actually interested in the ancient roots. But of course, we need actually to examine these names. But actually, these sources, they have rich information, valuable information. Why? Because they were written by the people living in that place, and they know it very well. And so, as for our topic, actually, I'm not going to repeat what is said before, but about Wadi al-Ard, and of course, it's Wadi al-Yamama. That's what Yaqut al-Hamawi describes it, and of course, he talked about the damage mentioned by the al-Hamyari king in al-Yamama, and let's say, and he left nobody alive. And after it was deserted, of course, Bani Hanifa came to Al-Yamama and they gave it their name, and now the Wadi was known now Wadi Hanifa or Wadi Al-Yamama. Now we know Al-Hamadani introduced its importance he's talking about the mineral of about silver. It was actually there in Al-Yaman. There was, Al-Hamadani says, and this is actually the village actually of Al-Ma'dan was very good. Actually, things were coming from Basra, and at the road of Al-Aqiq al-Falak and Bahrain to Basra, and that's why our comrades took the road from Sana'a to Basra through Al-Yamama road. And so there was some mention about the phases between Najran and Basra. Najran in the south, and from Najran to Al-Aqiq 4 phases, and from Al-Aqiq 7 phases, and from Al-Falaj to Al-Kharj 3 phases, and from Al-Kharj to Al-Khidrama 1 phase, and to one more Al-Yamama 4 phases. That's Al-Falak is the southern gate that leading to Al-Yamama. We that was, of course, underscored by Dr. Adakbar. We mentioned that we have many, many roads that we cannot count. Well, of course, you could easily get to Al-Yamama from Al-Falak in a straightforward way, or let's say from a road to the right, or another road, a third one called Al-Aqiq road that at the western part. Also, Al-Kharj was the second stop after Al-Falaj, and Al-Kharj actually was at the crossroad, let's say, going to Mecca from Basra. It seems to me that Al-Kharj were, let's say, were before the rise of Bani Hanifa to this valley. Before that date, before we made a reference, we found it in the inscription on Abadan, 350 Anno Domini. Let's say we are talking about a mythological and incredible history from Al-Kharj to the east to some areas in the north. And so this area getting to historic ages. Also we have Al-Kharj, we have Hajr, was known as the Green Village, and has a fortress of Tasn. The location of Hajr actually was the heart of Yamama. It is what we know Riyadh or Al-Faqih also. This the northern point of Yamama now. It is known by Sudir, and the Qut al-Hama we mentioned let's say at Al-Arid, and there are 10 stops to Basra. The question is how far Al-Yamama road was trodden in ancient times. We don't have a clear answer to this, and not have a direct answer to this, but even though it's quite evident that that road was known to the few centuries before Islam, and also as well as some references by mobile traders and commercials. They took necessarily the road of Al-Yamama. We have some signs that some military expeditions and diplomatic missions taking that road in different occasions. These indications and these messages actually take us to talk about the political situation in the Arabia and the location of the valley in the Arabia. When we talk about we talk about a road that connects Yemen and Al-Hayra, that is to say, we have Al-Lakhmiyun, and we refer to the extension of this road to the east, where we have to Sassaniya, and also to the north, and we have the Byzantine. Of course, we needless to emphasize, of course, the political dimensions on trade. It's quite politics as well as economy. They are very closely connected. And what we're talking about the ancient times, when research actually it was controversial about its naming. If they archaeologists, they called them the late pre-Islamic period, and actually it's by archaeologists. They prefer this name in the Gulf, the Arabian Gulf studies, or the Arabian or Byzantine study by historians. As for this phase, we have Kenda, and this the third generation of Kenda, let's say from the middle of the 5th century and the middle of the 6th century. We have these, we have Al-Hugr, Al-Hugr ibn Amr, Al-Hugr ibn Al-Harith, Al-Harith ibn Amr, and Al-Hugr ibn Al-Harith. What's important here in their rule and the references by historians, that the province of Yamama is a specific province, different from the different provinces. Now it was after the rule of his father, but his other son, Ibn Hujr, ruled Al-Yamama. And so Al-Yamama appeared as an independent province. This reference was stressed by that Al-Harith ibn Amr, when he divided his kingdom. Salama got Al-Yamama, Sharhabil ruled Nagd. The relation between Kenda and Humayrin, that of course dealt by historians. It was a vassal kingdom or submissive. We have some signals, Tabari, and these signs tell us that Al-Tabari, for instance, used Amr al-Kandi, he was a servant to Amr al-Mutabba. So the relation between Humayrin to this region, of course, some references to Abraha. There is an important inscription that drew our attention that these kind of people, they reached the heart of the Arabia, to the west of Riyadh, and it showed how much this area was important to Hamir. If we look at Al-Khumayrin, Al-Hira, they were very close to Kenda, and so also were also close to Al-Yamama. We measure this, let's say, with the phases or the stops across the road. We have 10 phases compared to 11 phases between Al-Falaj and the Najran. As for the kingdoms actually in the north part or the southern part of the Arabia, but they exceeded these boundaries and reached the Sassanids and also to Byzantine. The Sassanids, of course, they had full control on the Arabia. Shabur the first controlled the eastern coast of the Arabia, but actually it was associated with the control of Al-Yamama. We can safely say that the heart of the Arabian Peninsula at Shabur II. What we have to know that Al-Tabari says that at least the second Shabur came to Al-Yamama, and we notice that they tell me that we ran out of time. In brief, the assassins, they had the relationship with Al-Yamama. Hawza al-Hanafi, he was given the crown from Kisra. Byzantine also, on the other hand, they tried to get close and to approach the Kenda kings and rulers under the pretext that they were defending the area against Sassanids. In conclusion, I would like to say that Al-Yamama road actually was trodden at the ancient times. That from Najran to the Constantinople and Hira and Persia, and came back to Najran to spread the new religion. This road was known as the road of silver, and some crossings in this valley for internal and external trade that connected between its boundaries and with the eastern and northeastern parties and southern parties in the Arabian Peninsula. Possibly that in many cases we cannot identify the network of roads precisely, but the existence of a big number of these roads was there, Actually, here today we would like to score that the result of this study are still in progress that focuses on Wadi Hanifa from the road from Yemen to Al-Hira. Add more to Pot's remarks, what we started with. He mentioned that there is some continuous movement across the Arabian Peninsula in the Sun era. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
سمحت. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ترى أعتقد إن إحنا في الوقت المحدد.
I think that we دكتور الدامغ
إن شاء الله بإثراءنا بملاحظاته.
This is comments. Fahd al-Damigh, Professor, History Department, Imam Muhammad bin Saud University. Thank you so much. Of course, prominent scholars in the classical studies and the ancient history to have all this rich information. Actually, I have one more comment and two questions. My comment that what you mentioned about the Al-Yamama boundaries or frontiers, of course, in terms, let's say, under the Islamic government, geographical boundaries, you mentioned, that's what Jabal Tuwaiq mountain to the empty quarter in Wadi ad-Dawasir. But in the early years of Islam, and also it has administrative concept, Al-Hamdani and Al-Asfahani, and there was some collection of this is a collection, massive divisions or distributions, and let's say scholars actually got confused between the geographical boundaries and the administrative boundaries. We adopted the geographical boundaries. That's for my comment. I have a question. Now, we have, of course, specialists in ancient classical study. Let's say Al-Yamama did mention, let's say, any... as for the population, let's say, it was mentioned actually that there are some Hizan, Rabi'a Hizan. Well, let's say out for your own specialty, there are some let's say graveyards, let's say 16 kilometers. That's the biggest graveyards in the Arabian Peninsula. Actually, they dates back to Tasm and Jadis. I guess this is an indication that there is some population in that area before that date. That to Dr. Jad, my question is, that's the road of silver. Is it mentioned in the sources or is it yours? That's my question. The second question, as for Quraya or Al-Faw, it was a center, a trade center. It has a market, and of course, of course, that was replaced by Al-Falaj, and it replaced. Well, thank you once again, of course. Let's take all the questions together, and so from Ha'il University. As you mentioned about roads specifically, well, all the center of the Arabia was affected by the roads. They say the roads in the Roman and the Greek empires. Let's say the milestones. Would you have, let's say, or let's say there was roads for caravans for camels, and there was no division as it was the case in the North Africa that were actually under the occupation of Romanian occupation. Let's say it was. Thank you for your informative presentation. Let's say, Dr. Shuja, please. Turkey bin Shuja. Let's say, anyway, this my comment has two ways, two folds. Let's say, Dr. Jad, Dr. Abdul Jabbar, Dr. Jad, Professor Said Jad. Well, let's say to dot the lines. Let's say from Al-Aqiq to Najran, 4 phases, and from Najran to 400 kilometers, plus minus. It depends actually whether it is right or left. Al-Falaj, 320 kilometers, let's say from the heart of Al-Aqiq. If I take a Slail road, it's going to be wide, let's say further distant. And you mentioned, of course, Tariq al-Halu. I guess this piece of information is confusing. It's not possible that Najran was closer, or let's say far closer than Al-Aflaj. This information actually in also approved by Al-Mujawir 700 or 834 in the 9th century Anno Domini. I think Ibn al-Mujawiri as a traveler is not authentic, is not authority. I can discuss this. Your project is good, of course, is good, and needs a detailed discussion. Let's say it needs some rearrangement. I made a similar paper to make the difference between ambiguity and delusion. Thank you so much. Of course, my main, let's say, I have, of course, let's say, I think we stop actually. As for the settlement in Al Yamama, well, actually. Of course, in the way we can. He, of course, he made some reference to some. You know, we look at Al Yamama actually as a desert. Actually, a desert only 320 kilometers. But you know, the Arabia is a productive society. It's an industrial. Society or community. The Al Yamama actually, you know, it is very fast. You know, we can deal with Afif. We have around 50 mines, let's say, till you reach Al-Qa'iyya, Wadi Dawasir, and now you saw mining, as you see, in different areas. I think one of the main points that we can analyze is the results of archaeological survey. The Heritage Commission now is making the area of Al Yamama. It's going to produce, of course, information, valuable information. As for Dr. Sami, I think there are no miles, I mean Roman miles in the Arabian Peninsula. Let's say that's only all in Jordan, and let's say some settlement or Romanian settlement. No, only one inscription that refers to a military expedition, and so there is no Roman milestones as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. There are many points I should have pointed about the number of camels. The comparisons we can make use about the Islamic era, the documents, the Ottoman documents, let's say, they refer to, let's say, to the export of 100,000 camels needed by the Ottomans in the Assyrian age. They mentioned also 30 camels in one expedition. Of course, there are some exaggeration, but this gives an indication to the big number of camels. You remember the classical area. In some areas in the Islamic era, or beside Hajr al-Imama, they mentioned a big number of the cattle, and I think with the comparison with the archaeological sites can help us in writing the history of Al-Yamama or the history of the ancient Arabia. In brief, Al-Faw, Dr. Ansari says that it was very good, actually flourished between the 4th and 5th centuries. We are referring to Kenda kings, and of course it is not settled that they were settling there. They may be moving from different parts. As for Al-Yamama settlements, I refer you to Professor Shedkat about Al-Kharj. There is a big gap before the Sasani age. When we talk about it, it is this area witnessed the biggest settlement. It needs clarification. It doesn't mean that it was not populated, but it needs more investigation and more study. Dr. Shikat, in that book, that's also the the camels actually, and undoubtedly they represented the biggest number of animals. Dr. Turki mentioned about the distance between Najran to Al-Falaj. I take from Al-Hamadani, from Najran to Al-Aqiq, 4 phases, and from Al-Aqiq to Al-Falaj, 7 light phases. So we have 11 phases, and they are, I think, the more than the last phase from Al-Yamama to Al-Basra, because he mentioned that it's 10 phases to reach Basra. Hopefully this was an answer to your question and the clarification. Thank you. Thank you. In the beginning of the Hellenistic era, there was a conflict about the trade in the Mediterranean Sea and the Incense Road and Ambat. Obviously, they were deprived of this, and the Ma'inian. So the Sabians, how they exported this through the middle of the Arabia. So that's why the roots of the Arabian Peninsula has no boundaries. The road of silver, it's not my. It was named by Patricia Kroll about her book about the Mecca trade. Hopefully, the paper will be published later on. It was used by Krohn in her book, and she was talking about Mecca trade. I'll draw your kind attention that the silver road, not only from Yemen to Khorasan, also through Najd and Al Yamama, they have their own part of silver. In Bahla, also in Persia, they made some excavation also. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Jad Al-Sayed. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for the Diriyah Gate Development Authority that shows their interest in the history and its cultural heritage. We are looking forward to having more events in the future. Thank you once again. Thank you.
مرة أخرى أهلا وسهلا بكم. نشكر للباحثين ما قدموه حول هذه الجلسة.
والله يخزوه والله يخزوه.
جاهزين للجائزة؟ أتوقع تقولون يلا خلاص ها؟ اللي جاهز الجائزة يرفع يده.
Those who are ready for the award, we are going to announce. And I would like, I was following actually on YouTube, and I think that half of the comments coming from this part, that's within minutes, we know the winner, let's say, after all these efforts from scholars, male and female. Now, let me introduce Dr. Asma Siddiqui, the Executive Director of Asma Siddiqui, to have her final word or the concluding remark and introducing the winner. The name of God, most gracious, most merciful, and peace and peace. سعد الحضور.
Thank you so much for your participation and attentiveness and engagement these past 2 days. I'm here to offer the closing remarks. It's with some nostalgia already that I'm here to offer these remarks. And it's a moment of both reflection and forward thinking for us, because we're already busy thinking about how we can take these very, very valuable insights and prepare for next year also. Over the past 2 days, we've had the privilege of engaging in thought-provoking discussions and invaluable exchange of ideas, and that honor Diriyah and Central Arabia's historical, cultural, and intellectual significance. We began our seminar with opening remarks from His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, Chairman of DARA, of the Board of Directors of DARA, the King Abdulaziz Foundation for Research and Archives, whose words set the stage for this seminar by emphasizing the enduring importance of preserving and further exploring our shared heritage. His remarks reminded us of the intellectual stewardship that has guided our understanding of Diriyah and the broader Arabian Peninsula. If I may, our seminar has benefited immensely from valuable contributions of all the speakers, but I think it's critical for me to highlight some of the personalities and names and influences. Of course, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and members of our Heritage and Culture Committee who collectively steer us with their vision towards our joint vision for Diriyah Foundation and the efforts that you see before you today. This is headed by His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Samari, Dr. Layla Al-Bassam, who's in our audience, Dr. Abdullah Al-Masri, also, Dr. Francesco Banderin, Teresa and Karina, Michael Schindelm, and many, many partners, especially this year, who have come together to also share this vision with us and provide us with valuable input and their support and partnership. SEFRIPA for advancing discourse on global trade networks and Diriyah's economic heritage. RKM, Research Center for exploring cultural and artistic exchanges across the Arabian Peninsula. DARA, King Abdulaziz Foundation for Research and Archives, for enriching our understanding of Diriyah's role in the history of Central Arabia. At-Tarath Foundation, to whom I also offer my thanks for choosing us to be the home and hub for the launch of their seminal book on King Salman, the English version, yesterday. The International Association for the Study of Arabia, the Heritage Commission, Ministry of Culture in its entirety, of course, the Governor's Office at Diriyah, especially the Education Office within, and the Ministry of Education. I was most especially touched earlier today when I saw members from, or young attendees of some of the schools in Diriyah who came to learn from us, to take notes, to participate and benefit. And this is where the seeds are sown for an interest in their legacy, identity, etc. So it was very endearing to me, especially as a mother. This gathering, this event is a culmination, an evolution of many past seminars, but as the Diriyah Global Seminar takes on an identity of its own, this is the second iteration of DGS and has been a collective effort led by the Diriyah Foundation division within DGDA. And it has united teams from across the entire organization, as well as Diriyah Company, DGDA, etc., who have worked tirelessly towards this. In fact, it's timeless knowledge through tireless collaboration in many ways. But I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude and thanks to our tireless visionary leader, Her Royal Highness Princess Sarah bint Fahad bin Salman. She has really been pivotal in steering us and for this seminar's success. And I'd also like to thank all the teams within the foundation and across. I think there are too many people to mention by name, but there is one name that you've been hearing over and over again, and I know the speakers are well familiar with Her Highness Princess Latifa bint Turki. I'd like to thank her, and I'd like to thank everyone who've come together, our partners, etc. So if I may ask you to please give them some applause. Thank you. Thank you. This seminar exemplifies our commitment to timeless knowledge, not just as a slogan, but as a philosophy that underscores the lasting relevance of history in shaping our understanding of the present and through it, the future as well. Our sessions have been riveting. They've explored themes such as the ecological significance of Wadi Hanifa, the linguistic achievements of Diriyah, the region's role as a nexus of trade and culture. And these discussions not only honor the legacy of Diriyah, but also inspire new perspectives and continued inquiry to which we are committed and dedicated. So as we close, I thank each of you for your engagement and contributions through your thoughtful participation and confirm that this has been a testament to the power of collaborative scholarship and the importance of fostering meaningful dialogue. We look forward to welcoming you again next year as we continue this journey of discovery and shared heritage. Thank you all so much. And now, a key highlight of this seminar is our student poster showcase, an initiative that also reflects our commitment to fostering emerging scholars and their contributions to the academic landscape. I'd like to invite the members of the review panel, the review committee, to join me on stage. If I may mention, he's not here, but I'd also like to thank first Dr. Talal al-Tarifi. And now I'd like to welcome the other two members of the panel, Dr. Iman al-Jibreen and Dr. Lujain Mirza, on stage, please. Their expertise and thoughtful deliberations have been instrumental in selecting this year's winning poster. Please join me in welcoming them again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Walaikum assalam. تفضلي. تفضلي دكتورة. Thank you so much. تفضلي, please. Okay, so if I may, this year's winning poster is, well, I'll first describe it. It has exemplified innovative thought, academic rigor, and we would like to invite the authors to be recognized for their achievement and to accept their award, which is a recognition of their work and encouragement for future contributions. Please join me in congratulating and welcoming on stage the winners, Yara Al-Juhani and Shadin Al-Duhan, The Impact and Conservation of Diriyah. And may I have their prize, please, to the panelists. تفضل. يارا شادي. ألف مبروك. Congratulations. تفضلي, please. Congratulations. ألف مبروك. تفضلي, please. Come. Go ahead and hold. تفضلي, تفضلي. Ladies and gentlemen, a befitting prize for such hard work. Thank you. Yeah, stay there, stay there. Sit, Jack. We'll stand next to you. Thank you. A befitting end to this year's seminar, and we look forward to seeing you at DGS 2025, inshallah, bi'idhnillah. Thank you.
نشكر للجميع الحضور والمشاركة وتقديم الأسئلة والأفكار وإثارة هذا النقاش الرائع. مرة أخرى نقول أن هذا المكان له ذاكرة خاصة
has its own unique memory of this nation, and this place is a destination of there should be some inclination.
إن الفؤاد وإن توسط في الحشا ليميل في جهة الشمال قليلا. أشكر الباحثين وأشكر الباحثات وأشكر كذلك المنظمين.
I would like to send my thanks also to organizers. I would like to thank
هيئة تطوير بوابة الدرعية ومؤسسة الدرعية أيضا وشركة الدرعية الذين أتاحوا لنا المشاركة في مثل هذه التظاهرة الثقافية الرائعة، لأنه علم يمتد. نلتقيكم السنة القادمة 2025 إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.